It's on that shorty new year, shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, it's Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty, camp leader, is a fucking delight. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. Your opinions are valid, you can fly like a bird. With your comments on screen, you will always be heard. It's the best chat on YouTube, you can cuss all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say cunt. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. Let your raw cats be free, so liberating. We stay on topic, although occasionally things get a bit feral, but it's clear to see. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty, camp leader, is a fucking delight.
Hi, shorties. Happy Sunday. Monday, Australia Day here in Australia. Hello. Let me just get some ears. You know the drill. A big one for the gentleman who's very impatient. He's like, oh my goodness. Oh, Puppy, here's your ladies one. Here's your ladies one. Crunchy, munchy, piggy ears. Sorry about the crackling. ASMR. Oh, my goodness. Holy pig's ear. Buster. Hi. Sorry about the slightly late start. You know me. Got these ones. I see Simmy's in the house. Hello, Simmy. Oh, wait. This. Lainey, hello. Jenny G, hello. Let me go back. Miss Stephanie blah blah blah. Hi. Rachel's here because Laura's here. I see someone saying hi to Rachel. There it is. Yes, there she is. There it is. Rude. Hi, everybody. It's so good to see you. What's my news? Teresa, hi. Okay. What's my news? Okay. Hear me out. Raised by two lovely folk, atheists, cold, not just atheists, completely unspiritual, right? So we had this little bit of a conversation yesterday, and I'm like, I'm wondering whether maybe I need to find Jesus. I still don't think I'm going to find Jesus. Never say never. But because I have my own set of beliefs, I believe in, we had this conversation yesterday, I believe in a higher power, the universe. I believe in far more than, the tangible in front of us. I believe in myself. But we are in biblical times, right? Wait, why isn't this bright enough? There, that's better. We are in biblical times. Shit's getting serious, but also fake and gay, and crunching. So I was compelled. So I've never read the Bible. I know the stories, some of the stories from the Bible, and I've been doing a lot of immersing myself in theological debates and discussions just to try and flesh out my understanding. So this morning I decided I'm gonna read the Bible. So I found on YouTube, because audiobooks work best for me. I can't imagine myself sitting down to read a book which translates into audio time as 87 hours. Anyway, I've started it. It's kind of wild. I was expecting the stories. I'm going to use all the wrong terminology. Don't hate me. I was expecting things to be a little like more detailed. They're very cursory. I've already had some, no pun intended, revelations, not about, excuse me, this, but about, well, fuck, man. Like, how come all these people who know the Bible intimately haven't made some connections? Because I'm making some connections already, and I'm like, well, that makes perfect sense as to what's going on now. Like, fuck, in terms of characteristics of peoples that begat, to use a runkle, the begats. I've been wading through the begats. Anyway, that's my news. Happy Australia Day. I'm finding Jesus. No, I'm just continuing my forever quest of learning. That's my news. Laura says, I'm at home with the pets, just the pets, and I right now, but I caught a whiff of two perfumes, Tweed, my nana, and Samsara, my mama. So happy they are here with me. Talk about connections. That gives me kind of chills, Laura. I love that. Oof. I love that. Well, they're always with us. I also had a visit from my mother. She's alive, I presume, last night. It was nothing's changed there. There was some abandonment. I wish I hadn't fallen back asleep. Anyway. Red Thread, thank you so much, friend. Love you, girl. Over there on X, reposting. Lainey says, oh, Lainey is so very definitive in your languaging. It's man-made nonsense. Yes, it's they're great stories. But I think it's important. This has been my opinion for 50 years. Absolutely. But I would like to know more. And so I am. And I don't like shutting down like anything. I think that as I continue to grow and evolve within myself, and once you stop growing and evolving, what's the point, really? I don't think, if I don't have that knowledge of what others have, as in the knowledge of the words of the Bible, I can't. How can I comment on really anything? It feels to me like an important aspect of my life journey. And I am a curious person, so I am satisfying the curiosity by reading the Bible. So, that's interesting, Lainey. So does that mean you don't believe in anything? Because that's what atheist means. Like, you don't believe in anything. I find that really interesting because I think I have offended Christians, Muslims, and the rest of them by referring to I believe in the universe. And I don't like offending people. They find that offensive because and to my mind, the universe equals God. So I firmly believe in something. I'm just interested to see what people believe in or other people believe in. That's all. So, but so organized religion, like man, it's really. I'm firmly against organized religion. Also, I just don't. I don't know, man. I think sometimes it's your language can be really it shuts things down. It shuts down conversations. So yeah, read the rest of my comment. Yes. So there you go. So you understand my desire to know it also. That's fair, isn't it? You've done that work. I haven't. So um I still I'm like, wait a second. Even in the first few bits, I'm like, in Genesis, I'm like, so if God decided that all of mankind had already been evil and so punished, didn't that seems to have come after before Adam and Eve? I'm like, well, I thought um according to that which is creationism, that God created everything. I'm already confused, but I'm reading. It's cool. My discernment is always on maximum, always. Anyway, all that to say, I just don't. Anyway, exactly, Laura. This is it. In my opinion, at this point, 1.5 hours in, 2 hours maybe. It's fables, and I'm fairly well versed on like a few months well versed, but I spend all my time in rooms where there are these conversations going. Like I have a fairly good, not just written study, no written study, but a fairly decent understanding of the trials and tribulations between the various religions. I know, I do know. Anyway, all that to say, yes, the lessons behind. There you go. To teaching. I mean, because I've always anyway. This is why it's a trick. I just don't think. I think we're welcoming and inclusive in this community, and we respect everybody's opinions here. We try to, and we respect everybody's political, religious, sexual, lifestyle choices, so long as nobody's hurting anybody, right? So. No, I wouldn't. I understand full well the Old Testament is very problematic. So I need to understand. I need to know that for myself. It's already problematic. It's already problematic. Anyway, moving on. That's what I'm doing, and I think it's helpful for us all to respect all the things and let us come to our own conclusions. My 50 years has been man-made nonsense, and I will. But based on what? How do I know? Because other people said so. Because my parents said so. Well, my parents weren't very wise about anything, were they? They're pieces of shit. So that's me. Now, speaking of pieces of shit. Oh, but also replay crew high. If you'd like to watch the live chat replay, excuse me, on your handheld device, your iPhone, your very angelic Android, tablet, iPad, all you need to do is go to the comment tab. There's a few little dots in the top right-hand corner. All you need to do is swipe left on the comment tab, and it will give you the option to watch the live chat replay, as well as leave a comment, as well as hyping. So I think Jenny, yes, I don't believe in religion. Organized religion, I think, is problematic. This is the thing, I try to be really open minded, and when some devout Christians, their belief, and I respect their belief, but I don't subscribe at this point that the Bible was written by God. But then I also believe in Santa Claus and fairies. So who knows? Maybe I'll check back in with you and let you know when I've done the 87 hours where I'm at. Right. Back on track. Excuse me. Thank you all for being here. Wow. I really need to start talking before we go live so I'm not phlegm city. So this is part 6. Have I linked? Parts 1 through to 4 are linked below in the description box. I don't think I've popped part 5 in there, so last night's, but I will. Also linked is the Wasp Files, the channel, Paul Motor's channel, from which we have been borrowing, watching, basically all of this series, give or take, and with my commentary and assessment. Excuse me. Last night we watched the short phone interview with Wendy Skur, who was the heroic, salt of the earth, lovely woman, so brave, so traumatized, survivor from the Port Arthur massacre, who went into the blood-soaked lion's den in the immediate aftermath of that slaughterhouse, and rendered aid to those who needed it. And God, wow. And really has never was never, she's passed away now, was never, her trauma was never properly acknowledged, her truths were never really validated, and so here we are, carrying the torch. We also watched a 2-part interview, a sit-down interview that Paul Motor did with Stephen Howard, whose wife Elizabeth was one of the 2 young women who was working behind the counter, working in the gift shop inside the Broad Arrow Cafe, and wow, he poor Stephen Howard, what a lovely man, but an inspiring story. And then because there was a good segue to it, I decided to show the interview, a couple of phone interviews that were in theory setting up an in-person conversation that Paul had with a former corrections officer, prison guard at Risdon Prison, where Martin Bryant remains housed and segregated and really closed off from everybody and everything, including basic human rights. So we watched that as well, which was an impromptu inclusion into the live stream. So tonight, I think I've been because the way we've structured this series, the way I've structured this series, has not been necessarily, well, it hasn't at all been the way in which Paul Motor, the Wasp Files, his playlist appears. His excuse me. His playlist is a little more ad hoc. That's no shade. It just is. It's a little more random. So I've tried to group things and order things in such a way that helps us build on the knowledge that together, and the understanding of the breadth and severity, the depravity of this whole fucking shit show, false flag. So I think because I've alluded myself in comments, and I think Paul may well have in some of the interviews we've watched together. Can't really remember. I've watched a lot of the content, a lot of his interviews, not all of them with you, obviously. So if not the official narrative, what then? Like, what then? How else might it have gone down? So the Wasp Files, Paul does break it down for us, for all of us, in a 2-parts video. Thank you, Simi. That's very kind. Hey, Pierre, good to see you. Um, uh, I'm just introing now into what we're actually talking about. We had a whole theological debate discussion, and here we are, actually on topic. Surprise, surprise. Oh my goodness. So we'll be watching those two comprehensive, like in minute detail, two videos that outline the hypotheses that, and I think he's pretty on bang on with them. No pun intended. Terrible word to use. But first, before we go there, I mentioned that we would get to the leaked training video, the Tasmanian police leaked training video that record scratch in the phone interview last night that we listened to, the phone interview that Wendy Skur did with Paul Moda back in 2016, I believe, 2019, 2016. Of course, Buster wants to go out now. Gee. Pause, Bussy. Hold it. Don't walk and don't pee or poo for the minute. I had the record scratch in my head because it hadn't registered with me when I first heard that interview. Was that training video was discovered in a Hobart gift shop. I have a feeling maybe that means like a secondhand store, an op shop we call them here, an opportunity shop. Excuse me. Oh my God, I'm getting there. And was then handed on to 16 months, Peer. 16 months, itchy earhole. Thank you so much for your continued support. You're one of the OGs, Peer. I love you very much. I'm so happy that we became friends by way of, well, on a pirate ship, if you will, and forged a beautiful friendship. Same as me and Stephanie, me and Colors. I'm probably forgetting someone. I want to say Nina Canadian was in that community sometimes, but I may be misremembering. Anyway, Pierre, thank you so much. I'm going to pop you in the drawer. So reminder, that's a long time support. Thank you. But and time flies when we're camp shortying. But all new members, super chat, super stickers, buy me coffee, PayPal, Cash App, and gifted memberships. It seems like so long ago. Thank God, it has been a trip. But look at us now. I love you all. I love you all so much. However we've met, I love we us. But Pierre, that's definitely you're definitely going in the drawer. And thank you. I love you. Okay. Now, where was I? So the training video. I've given you fair warning. I've found the timestamp in the video in the video of, so Paul does a little intro, as he always does, Paul Moda, and then we go into the training video. It's a really I've got the timestamps of when, because it's not the and we've actually had some happenstance, fortuitous, shocking little glimpses of some of the footage that actually appears in that training video. So it's 2 minutes and 15 seconds. It's not interspersed throughout the training video. It's just a finite period where the camera, I get, obviously, in theory, the police, law enforcement, first responders, or the detectives, or somebody needs to document the scene. And so there's 2 minutes 15 of footage of the victims inside and outside of Broad Arrow Cafe. I will give you full warning when that's about to come. It's not, I mean, it is gruesome. Buster, wait, not as, this is, I don't know. as a true crime person, not as gruesome as I was expecting. When they say, they look, I thought it was a mannequin. Can attest that that's kind of Buster. Wait, hang on, Buster needs to go outside. Of course he does. It's always when I'm like cooking, right? Hang on, I'll keep talking while I do this. Buster, here you go. Where'd you go? You have to do a poo. Oh, wait, good man. So, and frankly, not as based on Wendy Skers and also Stephen Howard's retelling of their experience inside that Broad Arrow Cafe, I was expecting a bloodbath, but I will give you, I don't believe there's any, like, there's no running commentary of what the camera is showing. So if you wanted to, when the moment comes, and I'll give you full warning, if you wanted to look away, or if you've got premium and you're on your phone and you want to swipe out, so you're just listening, it's 2 minutes 15. I'll tell you when it's done, and I'll tell you I won't stop it for that 2 minutes 15. And I'll let you know when that 2 minute 15 is done. Okay, so for warning, but you're right, lady. But the rest of the video is mostly propaganda, and it's kind of PR, and it really does. It's quite demonstrative, I think, of like there's a lot of. It feels like there's a lot of, hey, look how good we were. It's PR. It's marketing. Law enforcement. The long arm of the Laura. Oh, Laura. I mean, we all know I can't say words a lot of the time. Thank you. So with that, so it's the first video we're going to watch. Paul, the entire video from Paul that is, I think. Let me pause. She says, not remembering it all. So it's basically dead bang on. Oh, wow, Freudian slips. It's basically 30 minutes long. I believe the actual training video is about 26 minutes long. I'll let you know when we're getting to that point, the 2 minutes 15, and when it's done, if you want to look away. But believe, I think probably the worst thing is the two children are shown. It's only fleeting. I don't know. You decide. No. Take care of you, right? Take care of you. But it's an important. It will lead us into. It's your hearing loss too, man. Your earballs. Poor Laura. I'm going blind. You're going deaf. What a team, Lisa and Laura. At least neither of us are dumb. Okay. Oh, well, I am sometimes. And this video, I think, then is a good precursor to then Paul outlining what he believes may well have happened. Okay, so with that, thank you all for being here. I love you all very much, and also this is a time capsule into the late 90s in Australia. Dirty pause for Paul. Sorry about that, sir. Let me just make sure I'm on the right. No, I'm not. This one. Simi, I've been called a brilliant twit. Excuse me. I like to, like I said last night, I like to think of myself and refer to myself as a very, very, very intelligent idiot, if the shoe fits. Okay, let's go. I'll just check the speed because I sped the other two up a little. Now, normal speed feels about right. So there's a lot of camcorder VHS filmed through a potato in this. And let's.
A police training video which had been filmed in the immediate aftermath of the shooting had somehow been leaked to the public. This involved the police interviewing members of Tasmanian police, some of the survivors, and most distressingly, footage in the aftermath of the Broad Arrow Cafe, where the victims were filmed as they had been killed. This was very shocking and distressing video, never meant for public eyes. I am presenting this footage for the public to view.
Excuse me. Clearing my throat a lot at this point, but I'm well, thank you for asking. Me? Tracking?
Welcome to the WASP Files. Some of this material may be distressing and viewer discretion is advised. As has been stated before, the investigation into the Port Arthur massacre has been kept from the general public, initially from a 30-year ban that was imposed by the Hobart Supreme Court in 1996, which would have been due to expire next year. Following on from that, the Tasmanian Archives Heritage Office was instructed to digitise all of the files and investigation relating to the Port Arthur massacre and to hold that under E75, which is the highest restrictive category, Chief Commissioner's eyes only, for a further 75 years. That means, in essence, the hard evidence of the Port Arthur massacre, the tragedy, has been locked away from the public until 2091. However, there was a slip-up. In the months following the Port Arthur massacre, the Tasmanian police were very distressed to learn that a police training video, which had been filmed in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, had somehow been leaked to the public. This involved the police interviewing members of Tasmanian police, some of the survivors who were speaking about their experiences, and most distressingly, a video was taken in the immediate aftermath of the Broad Arrow Cafe, where the victims were filmed as they had been killed.
I'm just going to pause and say it's my opinion. And I said this last night. I've said this before, and I said it in my tweet, telling folks we were talking about this tonight. Oh my God, it's my opinion that it wasn't a slip up. This I believe, and I think many of you concur, that this was an intentional leak, as with many leaks, intentional leak with a sole purpose to perpetuate the fear and loathing and outrage and horror, fear and loathing of Martin Bryant, and to further the shock and horror of the event, rightly so, of the general public of Australia, and to refresh the outrage, and that fear control cycle helps with compliance of the citizens of our country in terms of it's just a whole thing. The governments around the world, and also on a micro scale, it's kind of the same as I don't know, like a domestic violence relationship. A little reminder of what that person can do and has no qualms in doing. You're very much compliant. You're not going to stick your head out, are you? Same with the citizens of Australia. Same as in a company, in a boss. A tyrannical boss who has wreaked havoc in terms of decisions and stuff. Just a little reminder of that, and you're like, oh, back in line. Don't want that to happen again. Don't want that to happen again. So.
It was very shocking and distressing video, never meant for public eyes. However, reports had surfaced that VHS copies of this police training video had surfaced. One report was that one of them had been found at a tip and then basically taken and copied by the person who discovered that. Another one was that it had turned up in an op shop. Before they could control the situation, the police training video had been leaked online and viewed by many people. In the preceding years following, much of the footage of Port Arthur has been, in essence, scrubbed. And this was the case with the police training video. It disappeared for quite a while and was very hard to find. There was the one remaining source that I managed to find many, many years later was on Reddit. However, interestingly enough, since then, the police training video has now been re-released onto YouTube. YouTube had initially blocked viewing of this footage. Many people have not seen this footage. It is, as I said, very, very distressing and upsetting footage. And in the interests of basically transparency and I guess in public interest, I am presenting this footage for the public to view with a very, very stern warning that this footage is not for the faint of heart. It contains images of deceased victims who had died quite violently. It is horrendous footage, and I strongly advise anyone not to view this footage if they are upset in any way. It's been presented once again for educational and historical purposes under fair and reasoned usage, but I cannot stress enough that it is not a glorification on my part. It's with reticence I released this footage, but I feel that in the context of the investigation into Port Arthur and the suppression of vital evidence, that it forms a crucial part of the evidentiary chain. I now present the police training video and once again warn all to view with complete discretion.
So I'm just going to pause it there and let you know that the first 3 minutes, where was that? So it happens we're at 5 minutes 15 into this video, and the gruesome imagery is from 8 minutes 42. So I will give you a heads up. It's 3.5 minutes from now.
"85 kilometres from Tasmania's capital of Hobart lies Port Arthur, and on any one day, these ruins of a dark convict past sees a constant stream of car and tourist coach traffic that make up the more than 200,000 visitors each year. Sunday, the 28th of April, was to be the same as any other day, yet events that were unfolding were to change the character and colour of that Sunday forever, for every Australian.
It was really weird because some people were running up the hill hysterical. Other people were actually just dawdling around, just still looking at the ruins. And others were laughing about it as if it was some sort of joke, because, being a historic site, it was quite feasible that this was, part of the show. Some people maybe in period costume, firing muskets or something.
Security manager and part-time emergency service volunteer Ian Kingston was carrying out his normal duties when he heard the shots and walked into the cafe as the gunman continued firing. Ian froze, then quietly backed out, warning people to get away before running to the nearest phone to call police at 13:35 hours.
Go 3-5, make your way down to Port Arthur. We've had several reports of shots being fired in the area of the shop scene areas.
The 000 emergency call line began to ring constantly, telling of the dead and injured. Emergency services had been alerted and activated, and a decision was made to airlift police to the site, with a helicopter being dispatched while water police headed to Port Arthur at full speed.
Just a reminder, this is in stark contrast to the reality of the response time. This training video is making it seem like law enforcement was there quick sticks, right? But we know that it took a few hours, several hours, before even a singular officer, unarmed, was dropped dropped off by helicopter, and that the bulk of the vast majority, all of the armed responders were withheld at Turana nearby for 6 hours. This event happened at 1:30 p.m. and the first SOG, standard something operations groups, I don't know what SS stands for. Anyway, the SOG didn't get there till after 7:30 p.m. Ambulances did arrive. but no armed people, right? So no, the police response, it was haphazard. So my point is that that this is a training video that's very much propaganda and PR, and in stark contrast, Special Operations Group. Thank you. Why would it be Standard Operations Group, Lisa? Gosh. This is in stark contrast to the testimony and lived experience and the reality of what actually happened. So we're about a minute and a half from... Yes, Buster.
It's hard to imagine the enormity. First, when it was confirmed to me, it was an absolute shock. However, you just tend to go to police mode and immediately start to put things into place.
I immediately authorised the deployment of the Special Operations Group. I activated the Major Incident Room and I travelled straight to the Hobart Police Headquarters, where I took personal command of the situation.
We then tried to get into place some liaison with the ambulance with regards to helicopters. We had a twofold problem in that we not only had to get injured out of there by helicopter, we also had to get our Special Operations Group in there to try and control the offender. He was, by that time, he'd holed up at Seascape.
Arriving at the site, the officers from the helicopter were confronted by terrified and confused tourists and staff who directed them to the Broad Arrow Cafe.
I was with two elderly ladies.
So this is the last. This is a survivor giving his testimony. It's about literally 30 seconds now before the footage starts in the 2 minutes. And as I said, I will warn you, but you got 30 seconds if you want to step away or listen rather than watch.
In the restaurant, just starting to eat our lunch and meal, when we heard three large and loud bangs, which I recognised as gunshots. And apparently the two ladies I was with at the time thought that it was a reenactment of some sort. So I left up from the table and walked towards the front door of the restaurant.
Okay, so here is your trigger warning, your full pass to step away or to stop watching or listening. And I won't pause it for the next 2.5 minutes, and I will pause it and let you know when it's over. But thank you for being here. This is for educational purposes only. We are not glorifying or what's the word? There's no gratuitous anything here. This is it just is.
And as I did, this guy walked in, long blonde hair, and shot dead one guy that was sitting at the nearest table. He then proceeded to shoot everybody at that table. At that time, I jumped on top of the two women that I was with and landed on the floor. And I told them just to lay dead still. I could see the feet of the guy who had walked into the room with the gun, and he just proceeded to shoot everybody in the room. He walked through the room, past us, into the souvenir area where I heard more gunshots. And then he came back and shot at myself and the two ladies, and thankfully missed. At that time, he must have seen somebody that was still alive and walked towards that person. And he yelled out, "No, no." He then shot him. Another person who was also moving nearby was screaming. He just walked up and shot her. He then walked back past us, and I thought he was going to kill us. But instead he walked to the door, hesitated for about 15 minutes, and then, 15 seconds perhaps, and reloaded his gun and went outside.
The horror of the 20 dead and many injured was to be compounded when the officers returned outside to discover the bodies of 3 more victims beside a tourist coach. And, inside, a passenger also lay dead. 100 metres up the entrance road was the body of a young woman. Her 3-year-old child lay nearby. Several metres further along behind a tree lay her 6-year-old sister. The death toll had now reached 27, with more to come.
So that's all now. If you were just listening, you can come on back. If you weren't watching at all, come on back. I'm going to leave the trigger warning. I'm almost certain there's no more, but for the rest of this training video, we'll leave it. I'm just going to play this, and then we'll get back to it. I love you. I hope you're okay. We can debrief about it. We'll keep watching the video just to put a bit of space between. I was outraged. It took me a little minute. I didn't make the connection until I think when I was talking to you all that this wasn't a leaked. This wasn't an oopsie. And I'm outraged that. Not only, look, this is, to me, this is kind of like the fact that these days we see the slaughter of children on our phones in Gaza. It's the same exposing us to the horrors on our screens. Same, but we can get it in real time. Alex Pretty. No barking. Renee Good, Charlie Kirk. They're doing it to us on purpose, right? And it's outrageous. It's outrageous. And hi, Junior. It's good to see you. Friend, it's good to see you. So I know that was rough. And thank you for being here. Let's get back to it.
Progressing to the entrance toll booth, the officers found a yellow Volvo sedan driven by the gunman. Beyond lay 4 bodies strewn across the road.
Oh, sorry.
Eyewitness accounts
God.
filled in the gaps, telling of the deaths of the 4 people as they were dragged from their BMW sedan and shot.
Sorry.
The gunman then
My
taking
bad.
the vehicle and driving to the garage where he came upon a small sedan. Attempting to collect his girlfriend, the driver,
It is almost
pleading with the gunman to take him and leave her alone, was bundled into the boot of the BMW. When locked in, the gunman returned to the car to shoot the girlfriend, who was now in the driver's seat. Another 100 metres along the road, the gunman stopped and fired upon passing traffic
I'm so sorry.
outside of the
That's
Fox
on
and
me.
Hounds Hotel, wounding several people before driving off to Seascape Cottages. 20 metres from the entrance to the cottages, the 2 occupants of a 4-wheel drive vehicle were to be shot and seriously wounded as the gunman drove into the driveway. 2 officers were directed to Seascape, but on arrival, gunfire forced them to abandon their vehicle until SOG cover allowed them to retreat. As these events unfolded, all available personnel were contacted and dispatched as the forward command post was established.
I am so sorry. That's not okay that I missed that. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. That's not okay, and I'm so sorry.
On the way down, I started requesting things over the radio when I could get in because we only had the 1 channel because of the bad topography down there, and our communications was very, very bad. I was ordering things like Special Operations Group, the negotiators unit, a technical unit to assist me down there, trying to contact the few people we had on the peninsula at that time to find out, in fact, where the roadblocks were, because my early information with this guy with the gun was still at large. In the MI room, we focused on the offender and left the ambulance service to deal with their side of it and provide assistance with containment as best as possible.
Response teams were swinging into action, evacuating the wounded to the Royal Hobart Hospital by road and by air medevac, where hospital emergency teams took over.
It was quite obvious early in the piece that we had a potentially catastrophic situation. My understanding was that there was an individual at Port Arthur, Tasmania's premier tourist destination, on a Sunday afternoon, randomly shooting people. It appeared that we had possibly 6 major crime scenes. The information was that this person had 2, possibly 3 hostages. We may well have a siege situation, and quite frankly, the situation, as far as I'm concerned, could not have been any more serious.
By now, the media inquiries began to flood in. Radio and television stations began urgent news flashes to the nation and to the world.
Now to the massacre in Australia.
A lone gunman kills 32 people at random as an Australian tourist attraction.
When tourists heard gunfire from afar, they thought it might be part of a show until they got closer.
Police say he fired deliberately, targeting his victims, including several children, with his high-powered rifle.
A hotline was set up and manned to handle not only local, but national and international calls from anxious relatives and friends.
Several hundreds of calls every hour taken by...
So 90s. Also, just a reminder, coincidentally, like, wow, journalists from around the world happen to be in Hobart for a convention or, you know, a thing. That's weird, isn't it? Wow, imagine that in tiny little Tasmania. Just journalists from around the world that weekend. Pierre says, it is very difficult for me to believe that this was all done by one person, let alone Martin Bryant. Right? Okay, back to it. So all those journalists, stroke of luck?
Operators manning the telephones, and there were probably 6 or 7 of those phones constantly in use.
The normal 800 telephone calls to the police switchboard on a Sunday transformed into 4,500, and a new line was added with 13 extensions and a queuing capability of 100 that occupied staff for the next 4 days. Meanwhile, Seascape was contained and surrounded by Special Operations Group officers.
Pause. Laney just asked, at the very beginning of that witness account, at the trigger warning part, he said he saw the gunman had long blonde hair. He saw him. Did he pick Martin out of a lineup or anything? Now, we'll get to, they gave a photo lineup. I can't remember if we've watched this together. They gave, I think maybe last weekend there was, no, I don't think we have. Anyway, they gave, police gave, I believe it was him, but all of the survivors a photo lineup, and it was the most blurry, shitty photo of the guy that whoever it was that talked to Paul Moda said, honestly, it was so indistinguishable as to who the person in the photo was. It could have been Big Bird with a long wig, and I quote, with a blonde wig. So when we get to the false flag part, but basically, and we've talked about this previously, basically the hypothesis is that someone with enough understanding and looked kind of passable to be Martin Bryant, who knew enough details about Martin Bryant to be the stand-in with a blonde wig on, was the shooter. So you're going to remember the blonde wig. We spoke last night at length about the yellow Volvo with the surfboard, the noteworthy, the remarkable exchanges the person with the blonde long hair in the yellow Volvo with the surfboard had along the way. The purchasing of the bottle of ketchup, tomato sauce, using a handful of coins. But then when that person got to Port Arthur Historic Site, paid with a $50 note, which was also notable, and also stopped in between. The ketchup bottle purchase was the first in the timeline. Second in the timeline was the assisting two young women who were stranded on the side of the road, their vehicle not working, and Martin Bryant, who had no skills in mechanics or engine. He wasn't a handy Mr. Fix-It guy. The person with the blonde wig and the yellow Volvo stopped and helped them and worked out that it was an electrical connection or a fuse, got their car up and running again, and also bought a bag of weed from them. Spoiler alert, Martin Bryant, not a weed smoker by all accounts, by the people who knew him, or a cigarette smoker, but I might be wrong there. But certainly not mechanically minded. And bought a bag of weed off them for $50, which was far more money than the weed itself was worth. So there was a photo lineup. Oh, but this person who said it could have been Big Bird in a blonde wig said, "Take me upstairs," because Martin Bryant was upstairs on another floor in hospital with recovering from his injuries from the fire in the Seascape cottage, and the police wouldn't take him up there. So hope that answers your question.
Who observed the BMW alight and in flames, with the condition of the man who'd been locked in the boot unknown and his location uncertain, as with the whereabouts of the Seascape owners.
We weren't sure then whether there was a body in the back of the BMW, and because of the location it was very difficult for members of the SOG to make any meaningful approach anything closer than 100 to 150 metres of the stronghold.
Offers of assistance were made by all police jurisdictions, with Victoria sending by charter flight their Special Operations Group and 2 media liaison officers who arrived by 11 p.m. that night. Further support was provided in the form of specialised equipment and personnel supplied by the Australian Federal Police and the Commonwealth. Next morning, New South Wales forensic and media liaison officers arrived on commercial flights. The government's duty minister arrived at the major incident room and was given a briefing. The Minister of Police and Public Safety, with his shadow opposition minister, also arrived. Heads of department pledged that the full resources of government were available for deployment. The Premier attended and expressed his shock and abhorrence at the events that had taken place.
This is something that's beyond the comprehension, I think, of any Tasmanian. It's just a dreadful massacre, and of course it is still going on, and we can only support the police. They have thrown all of their resources into dealing with the problem, and as they go through that tonight, we as a government fully support what they're doing, and I'm sure every...
This was, if I recall, when I was watching this, and I wasn't just listening this, the first time I was actually screaming at my phone. I'm going to go back, listen to his verbiage at the beginning. If you think about this in the context of this being a government sanctioned, organised and executed, pardon the verbiage, operation, and then this motherfucker says this bullshit,
were available for deployment. The Premier attended and expressed his shock and abhorrence at the events that had taken place.
This is something that's beyond the comprehension, I think, of any Tasmanian. It's
Correct.
Just a dreadful massacre, and of course it is still going on, and we can only support the police. They have thrown all of their resources into
have they though?
Dealing with the problem, and as they go through that tonight, we as a government fully support what they're doing, and I'm sure every Tasmanian does.
All I can say is that the person that we believed was involved in this matter is in a house down in the Port Arthur area under police surveillance.
The Deputy Commissioner then continued the process of regular managed briefings to the media for the duration of the incident at police headquarters and the police forward command post.
Pierre asked, how did the US respond? I don't believe there was any real response. Nothing of note. I could be wrong, perhaps. I think if the original plan, which is speculated or hypothesized, which we'll get to when we watch the next video, very interesting, is that the slain were supposed to be the 80 or so American tourists who were likely going to hop on the ferry across to the Isle of the Dead, and it's suggested, Paul Moder suggests that would have incurred a much more global outrage, particularly from the world power, the US, But alas, the schedule of the ferry, the departure times changed. And when the shooter got to the dock, is that what's it called? Where the boat departs, it had already left, and he was much agitated about it, and then changed the plan on the fly. Which also, if we think back to Martin Bryant and his childlike mental capacity, his simpletonness, or his low functioning autism, his very low IQ of 66, really? We think Martin Bryant changed up his plan on the fly and managed to execute it, oh my God, you know what I mean, with such military precision?
I can tell you that it seems that it probably started in the local restaurant and 20 people were shot dead in that restaurant.
Media crews from all over Australia and the world began to join those already on the ground. Satellite dishes appeared in the grounds of Royal Hobart Hospital, and media management became vital, with the ongoing nature of the incident requiring critical screening of information that was being released to the media.
Yeah, already released to the media. Moder, M-O-D-E-R, M-O, Moder, like mode, but Moder, Laney.
Manager Public Affairs, Jeff Easton. Well, always we have a briefing with the commander, and then I run past him. If I write up a media release, then I run that past him with the information that we believe that we can release quite safely. Of course, we had a situation where there was, as it turned out later, a person holding someone hostage.
Columbine's on my list of false flag likelies. Definitely. Dunblane we'll be covering. I have a feeling we're going to be doing false flags for a while here at Camp Shorty, because wow.
They may have been able to receive the information from the airwaves, so we have to be very selective about what we said or what we didn't say.
The primary negotiator spoke with him for 10 minutes initially. He indicated that he had to go and take a shower and do some other things, and would call back in about an hour after that. He did so, and the negotiations continued throughout the evening with him talking for 10, 20, 30 minutes at a time, then having a break, and either he calling us or us calling him.
Here we go. So here's some of the this is actually with a oh my God, 1997 what's up with your computer screen. But remember, we've heard some snippets of Martin Bryant going by the name of Jamie, talking to the police negotiators, Terry McCarthy, I think. And you can very clearly hear in the clip we heard gunshots going off, no doubt, while Martin Bryant was on the phone. So someone else was shooting, and it wasn't the police in, it was someone shooting out, while Martin Bryant, as Jamie, was on the phone to negotiators. We also heard him very clearly, like he's reading a script. He goes, when they said, "How are you going, Jamie?" And he says, "I'm good. I feel like I'm on a holiday in Hawaii." And they go, "What does that mean?" And he goes, "I don't really know, actually." Like he was reading a script. Very, very odd. So let's listen to this. Let me just...
assure myself that everybody in there is okay. Are they all okay at the moment?
Yeah, well, I've been giving them a cup of tea and...
You gave them a cup of tea. Where are they at the moment?
I can't tell you that.
Well, okay. They're okay. I take it nobody's been harmed?
They're on a double bed at the present.
Right. Nobody's been harmed?
No one's been harmed.
Okay. You say that are all three persons in the same room?
Yes.
Okay, and there's nobody hurt at this stage?
None at all, no.
What about yourself? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The Joint Intelligence Group gathered data and began to put a name to the gunman, together with his background, family, friends and contacts. Logistical support and the task of setting in place relief for those who had...
They didn't mention in this training video that the negotiator, Terry McCarthy, I believe, asked Jamie if he had a license or something. And Jamie said no. And then, did Jamie know his passport number? And Jamie said yes. Martin Bryant said yes and reeled it off easily, memorized. He said, "I know it because I've traveled so much," which he had, thanks to the inheritance from Helen Harvey. the heiress to the Tattersall's fortune. We've covered that. But also that passport was conveniently in the glove box of the yellow Volvo, along with the AR rifle, but not a shotgun. And there was shotgun pellets and shotgun stippling or damage to not only some of the deceased victims, but some of the survivors. So yes, Pierce said there were 2 weapons, correct. But in the official narrative, nope. No. And we read again, for the second time, we read the letter that Ian R. Mattison, the coroner, had written to the surviving victims, letting them know that he could no longer proceed with the coronial inquest because it would be not in good faith for him to present his findings when they are in contrast or conflict to the rulings of the Supreme Court. In other words, Martin Bryant convicted of these crimes and sentenced to 35 consecutive life sentences. So this police video is so. He just said we're gathering information. We gathered information about the supposed perpetrator. I'm going to go back because okay.
All 3 persons in the same room?
Yes.
Okay, and there's nobody hurt at this stage?
None at all, no.
What about yourself? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The Joint Intelligence Group gathered data and began to put a name to the gunman, together with his background, family, friends and contacts. Logistical support and the task of setting in place relief for those who had already carried the burden of the past 12 hours began, with shift changes and meal breaks. As personnel were relieved, they were provided with critical incident stress debriefing.
The immediate reactions were many and varied, I think it's best to say. A lot of people had some degree of difficulty coming to terms with the enormity of the incident and also the realism of the incident.
The concerns for me in the decision making I had to go through was I was very mindful of the fact that there was possibly 3 people in the house. I had to decide were they alive? If they were alive, did I allow them to be burnt alive or to be consumed in the fire? Did I send the SOG in? The immediate action plan that had been presented me with a very difficult decision because their estimate of casualties was in excess of 30%, which is a huge number of police officers to lose in an assault. So I had to balance up the advice I was getting as to the likelihood of the people still being in the hostages, still being alive.
Pierre, the coroner's, that letter from Ian Mattison was dated January something, 1997, so about 10 months after this event. I'd have to look up, but it came after. That letter came after. Because I believe Martin Bryant held out his not guilty for 5 months after his arrest, steadfastly. And then when his original defense attorney was dropped and replaced by slimy fraudster crim John Avery, who convinced Martin's mother to go and convince Martin to change his plea from not guilty to guilty about 5 weeks after he was appointed Martin's new attorney. And if you recall last night, we've worked out that in those 5 months, particularly in those last 5 or 6 weeks, Martin was being tortured to elicit and coerce that guilty, the change of plea, and the final nail in the coffin, if you will, for that change of plea was that Martin's mother, Carleen, was instructed to tell Martin that if he didn't change his plea to guilty, he would never see his mother or his sister again. And so he did. So that, let's call that 7 months even after the event, but I'll Google it. So I believe the coroner's letter saying sorry, no inquest, and like not my circus, not my monkeys. I don't think Martin did it. Came after because Matteson cited that ruling, the Supreme Court ruling, which is the judgment being handed down based on that guilty plea, purely.
Or risking the lives of further people to effect an arrest and maybe rescue the hostages in a burning house.
Special Operations Group Commander Hank Timmerman.
Members were shot at in the positions that we held around the stronghold continuously. So we waited for the cover of darkness. When we did start to move closer, in fact, one of our observers got to within about 75 metres of the stronghold. We were then informed via the negotiators that Bryant could see one of our marksmen in the field. Now, we weren't sure how we could see him, and so one of our first thoughts was that he had night vision capability with his firearms, so that made it a little bit more tense again. As it turns out, and we've since found out, what had occurred was there's a little red transmit button on the radios that we use, and the radios actually sit on the back, so that the top of the radio is on the shoulder, and with the marksman laying down, that little red light, which is supposed to be covered over, it was one of those things that was forgotten, and the little red light, when there was some transmission taking place, lit up, and that's
Bullshit.
what we believe Bryant actually saw and took a shot at.
At the end of the day, I'm satisfied that we made the right decision in fact waiting and forcing him to come to us as opposed to vice versa.
A person has been taken into police custody, conveyed to the Royal Hobart Hospital, suffering from burns, no gunshot wounds. He will, we expect, appear before the court later today or tomorrow, so we obviously can't comment on motive or anything else like that, but I'm happy to make Mr. Fielding, who was the forward commander in charge of the operation down here, available to answer your questions about how the situation unfolded, and then we'll talk about how we'll facilitate your opportunity as media to get a look at the house, which has been destroyed by fire, burnt to the ground, and then to progress on to some of the other sites that will be obviously of interest to you.
It became necessary during the course of the morning to identify the fact that the media were expressing such considerable interest in attending the scenes that we should facilitate that. So it became imperative that...
Remember, all those international media people, they're ready. And so were they expressing an interest, or was Tasmanian Police et al. Offering for them to come and tour the site? And it gets kind of wild. There's no more dead bodies, but you wait, this is crazy.
That as soon as the crime scenes were cleared from a scientific perspective and an evidentiary perspective, that we allowed them access. And we did that by making 2 coaches available to transport them through the scene. And in a very ordered way, they were given access to each of the sites at which the various murders had occurred.
Look at this!
And under very strict guidelines, were entitled to film the sites where the bodies had been located.
A young lady was driving the vehicle behind me, leaving this area, and the offender has driven along the road, heading towards the last scene that we were at, and has fired through the passenger side front window of the vehicle and struck the driver, fatally wounding her. So this vehicle here is available for you if you want to just take a few shots of it, and then we'll move on to the next site.
John Radler of...
Like a fucking tour guide. What? Saying, hey, you should take a few photos of this. I'm sorry, what? What? 2 buses. In Tasmania, they had 2 buses full of journalists. Huh.
CNN wrote to the Commissioner of Police saying, the access, cooperativeness and forthrightness of police to speak with the media was excellent, as good as we have encountered anywhere in the world, and significantly better than most places. I rate Tasmania Police's performance vis-a-vis the press in the Port Arthur shootings a 99 out of 100.
A 99 out of 100. Right.
Last night, with young police officers standing guard on these scenes, you can imagine.
Constable Debbie May, along with several other forensic service officers, were given the job of recording the scenes inside the Broad Arrow Cafe.
We tried as much as we possibly could to remain detached from the emotional side of the job. Our job is so involved. We spent hours and hours with the bodies that we just couldn't afford to get emotionally involved.
Extraordinary pressure was placed on the civilian staff of the Royal Hobart Hospital. Dr. Tim Lyons.
I think it is true to say that people did become extremely fatigued and tired towards the end of that week, and I think that's reflected in the fact that many people felt tired for a number of weeks afterwards. But I think that everyone pulled together during that 10-day period in an unparalleled fashion. And
remember also, at the same time was that conference of trauma surgeons and nurses and specialists in Hobart. Same weekend. That's interesting. Wow. How lucky that they happened to be there all together, ready for this huge coincidental event.
I think it's reasonable to quote from Professor John Clements, who's a professor of odontology in Melbourne, who had attended many major crash scenes, including those at Lockerbie and the Townsend Torresden Ferry. And he said he came to Hobart wondering what the feeling would be in the individuals concerned, and he said he found it quite unique, and it was an experience that he felt proud. He said he felt proud to be involved with those people working in the mortuary, and I think that's a compliment from an experienced person in this field.
During the 18 hours of the siege, Martin Bryant had fired over 250 rounds of .308 ammunition. He had come armed and ready for action. Sergeant Gerard Dutton of the Tasmania Police Ballistics Section.
This weapon's a 223 calibre Colt self-loading rifle, model AR-15. This was the weapon that was used in the cafe where 20 people died. This particular gun fires a bullet at around about 3,200 feet per second. This was one of the guns that the offender used at the various scenes at Port Arthur. It's fitted with a 20-round magazine. Brian had with him was this shotgun. It's a Daewoo shotgun made in Korea. It's a self-loading shotgun. Operates, which that means every time you pull the trigger, there's a shot fired. This was found in the boot of his vehicle.
Remember, and so the shotgun was never found. So apparently Martin Bryant carried a shotgun and this weapon into the Broad Arrow Cafe from his car, the Volvo, and a camera bag. Unnoticed? Oh, okay, so one person carrying, isn't a shotgun like this? And this is a big weapon. And all that ammo. And a video camcorder bag. Just one person. Okay. Got it. Okay.
With a loaded magazine, holds 10 cartridges. This bag of 308 cartridges was found also in the Volvo vehicle at the toll booth. His car, you see, he was well prepared for whatever he had planned.
In a first for Tasmania Police, the entire investigation file was compiled on computer. Task Force investigator Robert Bond.
I'd say probably over 1,000 people interviewed.
Not just in Australia?
No, certainly not. No, internationally. And it resulted in something like 1,060 statements statements alone being taken, disregarding any other documentation. As far as internationally is concerned, there was inquiries made in England, in America, I think there was one in Sweden. We didn't have to have folders of photos and folders of documentation sitting all around us. Whenever we were addressing a particular issue or a specific issue, we could navigate our way through the file using this system without having to access different independent...
Interesting also that this was the first time a major crime like this had been loaded onto computer database rather than paper files. That's very helpful for the fact that then that entire file, nothing tangible, but just a computer file, was locked away initially for 35 years and then for another 70 years. No. 30 years and then 70 years. No. 25. Anyway, it's nobody can access this singular. There's no way to for one document, one sheet of paper to be leaked out when it's all on computer, right? I'm sure a hacker could get it. I'm not a hacker, but I'm sure it's possible. Throwing it out there. Hackers, 4chan, hi. Very, very interesting that they made sure that this event was the first time all of the documents were loaded electronically rather than in hard copy. It's almost like they had the system up and ready to go for this, isn't it?
Different folders, perhaps up to 5 or 6 folders at a time, looking at photos or statements. Okay, in this particular instance, this guy Belasco took a video at the scene. Again, we've inputted the video on the computer. And if we click on that,
there's somebody going crazy shooting people here.
Oh.
There he is. He's over there. I can't believe it. That's the guy right there. I filmed as much as I could of him shooting off into the distance and at different objects. At some point he saw me shooting or videotaping because I was sticking out like this behind the camper, the back of the camper, and through the viewfinder I can see him take aim at me with his gun, and I just dropped to the ground. You can see that on the film, and then at the moment you can hear the shot that he shot over my head loud and clear.
So if you hadn't dropped to the ground. 7 months after that April Sunday, Martin Bryant was sentenced to life imprisonment. The case was closed, but the dreadful memories remain. Tasmania police have been truly put to the test.
Without individualising,
for a cover-up,
universal sense, I think that the training, the commitment and the professionalism shone through. We've always practiced and trained for a situation like that, hoping perhaps that it would never happen.
On that note, there was a training operation in the months prior. As with every false flag event, there's always a special operations group or the equivalent training operation that goes on for weeks in the last few months. It's across the board. 9/11 also, Dunblane also, all of them.
So our result, I think, was as good as one could expect under the circumstances.
Yankee 1-1. Can you ascertain, do they have the offender in custody, over?
And here's the victims. Names. Public affairs. Nice little piece of propaganda there, Jeff Easton.
Thank you for joining us for this episode of The WASP Files. New episodes will be uploaded every Tuesday at 7 p.m.
And they are. So, Simi says, oh my God, sharp family names on there. Yes. So that's that video. Now, I did star a few of your questions / comments rather than, wait, let me do it this way, rather than further interrupting, because, I'm big on the interruptions as it is. I wonder if he met with anyone. So you were speaking about abroad. Yes, Pierre asks. Now, I can't remember whether my brain is conflating Dunblane, Patsy, with Martin Bryant, but Tavistock. There's a link between the Tavistock Institute and Martin Bryant. His diagnostic psychiatrist, can't remember his name, Brit, an expat Brit, who had affiliations with Tavistock, diagnosed Martin Bryant allegedly at the age of 16 with schizophrenia, but it's not for certain. I know. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive that his name escapes me. Is it Patrick Thompson? Patrick someone who was shot at Dunblane school shooting, which happened 6 weeks prior to this. All the same hallmarks, 100% of false flag, and gun control laws were also changed immediately in the UK as a result of that particular mass shooting. That perpetrator had visited that Tavistock Institute or a training place. So my brain hasn't got the details. So I don't know. I can't remember. I have a feeling that Martin Bryant also went to the UK and visited that same, there's a military something. But ostensibly, Martin Bryant's travels overseas were as a tourist. I don't know, man. I don't know. Really? Also, I had something else to say on that, but it'll come to me as soon as I go to the next one. So how was Martin even chosen? Now, Steph, the next videos we're going to watch, I believe, answer that. But the too long don't read, I think, is that it's of my opinion that diagnostic guy from the Tavistock Institute, and if you're not sure, that's where MK Ultra, mind control shit happens, right? It's where they learn, what are they called? Like the administrators of the MK Ultra mind control tactics onto their victims. Tavistock is like the school to teach them how to do that, right? So I believe that, but there's it's been said, and I think it might be in these videos, but don't quote me, that Martin was actually groomed by Tasmanian police and brought into the fold and included in operations or the community and the culture of the police from the age of 12. But let's just call it 16. But if we've got the 12-year-old marker in his life, then that 16-year-old marker, and he was an odd bod. With, if you recall, I think a honeypot girlfriend, Petra Wilmot, for the 3 months prior, who I think was there on the day. We'll find all this out. So that's I think he was groomed and groomed and indoctrinated, and I believe mind controlled to be a part of this operation. So 15 years worth, because Martin was 28 in this time. Next, some of those reporters were so vintage, I wonder if they were just naive. Pierre, I think that most of them were just there and probably thought, wow, this is lucky. Imagine we're here in Tasmania for a convention and then this happens. Oh, I don't think that any of those reporters were complicit. I think the Australian media had a lot of information fed to them either prior or at the time, like within hours. They had full life stories of Martin Bryant, which in that training video, they said they were gathering information, but we'll watch about it next weekend, the media complicity or contributing to the public opinion of Martin Bryant before he'd even been charged. They had full life story of Martin Bryant and photos of him within the hours after this. So between 8 and midnight, I think the employee of the newspaper, I can't remember which one, he said he went into the office, headquarters, whatever they have at newspapers, and And it was, he couldn't remember the exact time, but it was sometime between 8 and 11 or midnight that he went on the night of, so the 28th, the Sunday, and already, so this was while the siege was still in place, when they were still talking to Jamie on the phone. The newspaper already had full life story and photos that they were editing, photoshopping to make Martin look more evil. So, but Australian media, I have questions. International media, what a stroke of luck. Were these media events common there? Now, this was unprecedented, man. This was shocking. We'd had a couple of massacres in Melbourne, smaller, and Sydney. Strathfield massacre was in Sydney, Hoddle Street massacre, and I think Elizabeth Street, but nothing of this magnitude. So this was unprecedented. Yeah. Okay, so yep, the dude, the psych guy. I can't remember, I don't recall whether he was a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but the prison psych guy just was like, no question. Yeah, it was his handler, 100%. 100%. 100%. Okay, now, so with that, now, if you recall, was it on the one? I can't remember. It was when we were doing the Martin Bryant one, so last weekend, and we were like 12 minutes into this when I realized this wasn't the video I meant to play. I can't even remember. So we're doing that. Take 2 on this one. It's always good to hear things more than once, so we get that repetition. So this is, again, Paul Moder, Moder, of the Wasp Files. And this is his 2 parts. Was Martin Bryant the perfect patsy? It's minute detail. He gives a blow by blow, minute by minute, action by action, suggested alternative, realistic turn of events. So let's go.
When you look at the many weird inconsistencies, anomalies, and strange coincidences. Welcome to the Wasp Files. Some of this material may be distressing, and viewer discretion is advised. By now, most Australians are very well versed with the mainstream narrative of the Port Arthur Massacre and the convicted perpetrator, Martin Bryant. Over the many...
Oh, just one more thing. Remember when Stephen Howard last night, the survivor whose wife Elizabeth passed away, was slaughtered, pardon me, mentioned that he said blondish hair? Blondish hair. I don't know if you noticed in any photo of Martin Bryant, but right now on the screen, I wouldn't call that blondish. I'd call that blonde, very blonde. So I'm wondering whether thanks, Simi. I'm wondering whether the wig wasn't quite as light coloured blonde as Martin's actual hair, which is very, very blonde, like natural blonde, a bit darker underneath, but this is blonde. You right?
Years of my investigation into the tragedy and uncovering a multitude of inconsistencies, anomalies, strange coincidences, and unexplained events and unresolved questions, it has led me to question quite deeply the mainstream narrative. Tonight's episode, then, is going to be a departure from that. I would like to talk about what I will call the alternate narrative of the Port Arthur Massacre, as opposed to Martin Bryant being the sole gunman. I prefer the term alternate narrative as opposed to conspiracy theorist because personally I find that term repugnant. So alternate narrative is simply an exploration of the possibility of a second story to Port Arthur. So I'm going to ask you all to theorise. Let's imagine that the event was a planned false flag event. As to who might have created this, we can only theorise that it might have been shadowy aspects of government, including intelligence agencies, in league with rogue tactical police, and possibly the SASR, with their involvement being from a more military and professional engagement of a very highly trained and ruthless killer. Very much like the John F. Kennedy assassination, if we consider that Martin Bryant is in essence our Lee Harvey Oswald.
I'd like some legal representation. These police officers have not allowed me to have any. I don't know what this is all about. I'm just a patsy.
The appointed and chosen patsy, the person who was set up, who on the surface level of things seems perfectly capable and culpable of carrying out something like the Port Arthur Massacre, until you dig a little deeper into his character and his abilities and his disadvantages to consider whether or not that he was capable of doing this. So we're going to say that Martin Bryant was our chosen patsy, that he was looked at because he was known around the local town of Hobart, an unusual character, certainly socially dysfunctional, with attributes that people would consider to be strange and in some cases aggressive and potentially violent. He was a person that was purportedly of low intellect and limited abilities, and in that case, someone that could be considered to be very gullible and easily led. So Martin Bryant was watched, and perhaps the planning may have begun from when Barry Unsworth was famous for quoting that there will never be uniform gun laws in Australia until there is a massacre in Tasmania. This was the quote that the former New South Wales Premier, had quoted while storming out of a meeting when the federal government was trying to implement uniform gun laws throughout Australia. Also, prior to the Port Arthur Massacre, well-renowned anti-gun advocate Roland Brown also stated there will be a massacre in Tasmania. Perhaps the seed was planted. I've always said that gun control alone is too simple a motive for something as heinous as the Port Arthur Massacre. So if we apply the historical and worldwide global motivations by the less savoury of our human race, they are usually power, money, influence and control. So let's consider that people of that nature have decided for whatever reason to create the false flag of the Port Arthur Massacre, using perhaps the Hoddle Street shootings and the Queen Street shootings in Melbourne as precedent cases for something much larger, much more heinous and much more world engaging, if you like. But they need a patsy. So Martin Bryant, who at some point, despite his perceived fortunes of coming into a lot of money, and he had girlfriends as well, was having a lot of difficulties, very much from when he was a child, being brought up in Tasmania, and was exhibiting signs of problems, serious psychological problems, and possibly some very complex issues such as an Asperger's syndrome and possible schizophrenia. So Martin is chosen, Martin is watched, and at some point Martin becomes quite isolated. The support mechanisms, of which he had very few in his life at the time, were removed from his life. His father had committed suicide, Maurice Bryant, which was a stabilising influence in his life to a great extent. He committed suicide. Martin's relationship with his mother was never very strong. And later on, he formed a very close attachment with the wealthy heiress Helen Harvey. They just hit it off. They had a love of animals and they shared a friendship. It was not an intimate relationship.
So that last photo was his mother, and that's Martin as a younger man, before the long hair, with Helen Harvey. Oh, look at him. I'm sorry. Eyes and faces matter. That's not a, I don't know, man.
And despite the issues regarding Martin's reckless behaviour, where he would pull down on the wheel when they were driving their cars and almost cause the car to crash, Martin, by all appearances, seemed to be very fond of Helen until an accident occurred, a head-on collision where she was killed and Martin was fairly badly injured in a car accident. So he lost another good friend in Helen Harvey. We now have a person who has, by accident or other means, inherited quite a lot of money in the tune of over $500,000. He also becomes fairly isolated, aside from having a few girlfriends, and has property and spends a lot of time up at a farm in Copping, and has the house in Clare Street in Newtown, which was provided to him by the heiress Helen Harvey. So Martin is a person who wants to be considered to be of worth, to be well regarded as a sophisticated person, and he, becomes very evident in flaunting his wealth around Tasmania, dressing quite outlandishly, splashing his money around, purchasing things and bragging about some of his purchases, and also trying to befriend people from the point of view of portraying himself as being a wealthy and sophisticated individual. This is a person that needs to see their own worth. There have been some reports from people like Wendy Skua, but we're considering just the notion that at some point he was very noticeable and chosen and watched as being a person who would be a perfect candidate to take the fall for the planned operation of the Port Arthur Massacre. This would come initially from some of the local police. So the reports were that Martin was kind of taken under their wing, that he may have been groomed in essence and made to feel that, he was part of, something much larger than himself.
And I think in
going down to Port Arthur that day, from what I've gathered, he used to go with the police a lot. They used to take him down on exercises, right? They used to think he was so important. And no, that's what they've done.
Coincidentally, in the months before Port Arthur, I believe it was something like 5 months, there were SACPAV exercises that took place on the Tasman Peninsula. SACPAV was the Standing Acting Committee on the Prevention Against Violence, which in essence were counter-terrorism exercises carried out by tactical police and support mechanisms from the Australian Defence Force and even possibly the SASR, which are our highly trained professional soldiers. So SACPAV exercises were carried out, in fact, on the Tasman Peninsula in the months before Port Arthur. These exercises usually take place all over Australia. So we know then at that point in time there would have been highly trained individuals working with police in the Tasman area. So the plan is that they have someone chosen that they need to take the fall for something they wish to plan. And the idea is that Martin Bryant is groomed by rogue elements of the police in Tasmania and asked to take part in a counter-terrorism exercise, part of SACPAV. And the idea is that they want him to play the part of the main man, the person who will play the part of Jamie, who is going to lay siege from a bed and breakfast in Tasmania, and that will help the police to conduct an exercise in how to overcome a siege situation in Tasmania involving firearms. He's told to keep this secret. Martin is permitted, of course, to purchase firearms, though he never had a licence. So there was a requirement in 1991 that in Tasmania you did have to have a licence to own firearms and be a fit and proper person. So despite the fact that the police confirmed Martin didn't have a licence, he was able to purchase high-powered firearms. Generally, we know this to be the Colt SP1 or AR-15 223 semi-automatic rifle, which was the main firearm that was used at Port Arthur, and a Daewoo 12-gauge semi-automatic shotgun. There were other firearms that were used at Port Arthur, but as we...
There you go. So, admittedly, the shooter had a long coat on, black, that trench coat look, over light-coloured pants, and I can't remember the top. However, Martin Bryant at the Seascape Cottage was wearing all black, like someone who was role-playing in a tactical response operation simulation would think he should wear, but not what the shooter was wearing. So he also had a change of clothes, but he didn't take the Volvo with him when he got to the Seascape. So okay, but those two weapons are big, and a camera bag. Really, we're putting them under. I suppose they could go slung over his back, under the coat. I suppose that's plausible, but they're big guns, right?
We will dig into the alternate narrative. These firearms were not owned by Martin, but were provided to him to assist in the operation.
Oh, and don't forget that the AR-15 was a Victoria Police weapon. It was registered to Victoria Police, not even Tasmanian Police. So that's weird.
So Martin is in a good place prior to Port Arthur. He has the girlfriend that he's been with for 3 months, Petra Wilmot. They are in love. Petra says that he's gentle and kind and looks after her. He has lots of money. He can travel overseas, which he does extensively, and he purchases some firearms, and he owns property. So this is a person you would think is in a pretty good place, despite the fact that he might have some social disadvantages and perhaps some psychological issues. So leading up to the 28th of April 1996, Martin is given the parameters of the operation in which he's going to take part, an exercise with his colleagues in the police force, one of which we shall refer to as Rick. So the idea is he goes out the night before with Petra, they go to the local night spot and they dance, and they come home, they shower together, spend the night together. The next morning, Martin is told to set his alarm early because he's got a task that he has to complete, which is the beginning of his adventure. Petra says that Martin likes action movies, so he's about to begin his own action movie, but he has to keep it secret because he's working with the police. So the next morning, Martin and Petra depart, and Martin is told, right, we need you to bring your Volvo, bring your Colt SP1 and your Daewoo shotgun, and bring them down to what is to be established as, in essence, the headquarters of the beginning of the operation, which is Seascape Cottage, a little bed and breakfast that's not too far from the Port Arthur historical site. Martin is told, come down there in the morning and also make sure you leave your passport in the glove box of the car, which Martin does. So Martin is told to drive down there. He arrives sometime in the morning. And if we skip back a little bit, sometime between the hours of 10:30 and 11 a.m, nearby neighbours to the Seascape Cottage, which is the chosen location for the siege that happens later and the headquarters for the operation, the neighbours report hearing gunshots emanating from the vicinity of the Seascape Cottage. This doesn't alarm them too much because it's a rural area and they know that people have firearms and it's not necessarily out of the ordinary.
Just a reminder then, in that police video, when we heard that snippet, the police training video we just watched, we heard that snippet of audio where Jamie Martin was talking to the negotiator, and the negotiator asked him, has anybody been hurt or injured there where you are at the Seascape Cottage? And Martin said, no. But then here there were reports at 10:30 a.m, so before the massacre, of shots being fired. One of the two victims at the Seascape Cottage, the Martin, Dennis, I think, and Jenny Martin, was shot, the man, and the other victim was bludgeoned with seemingly the back of a rifle. So he did that after, but there was gunshots there in the morning. Okay.
However, they report gunshots at that time in the morning. Martin arrives at the Seascape Cottage. Waiting for him there are some operatives that to assist him in taking part in the operation. One of these is Rick. The other may be another individual who is unidentified, and that he's told what you have to do is you're going to be stationed here at Seascape Cottage and you're going to be playing the role of Jamie. He's provided with a script. And he's told that when the time comes and you're given the signal, you will be shooting out the window of the cottage with the various firearms that we've set up here around the Seascape Cottage. On one condition, you are not to shoot any police officers. You can shoot at them, and Rick will also be here as well to assist with that, but no police officers can be killed. Martin may ask, where is David and Sally Martin, the owners of the Seascape Cottage? Three possibilities present themselves. Number one, they're not there. If they were in fact murdered in the morning prior to Martin Bryant's arrival, then they may have been hidden somewhere in either the guest house or some part of the cottage itself. And all that Martin is told is that the owners of the cottage have agreed to take part in the operation and provided their cottage as the location for the siege. The other possibility is that when Martin arrives, he discovers that the couple have been murdered, which would of course be a shock. And if that was the case, he might ask, why have they been killed? And he might be told, this is actually an exercise because we do actually have terrorists on the Tasman Peninsula, and that David and Sally Martin are enemies of the state and had to be eliminated. And that we have sanctioned that, but we still need you here to conduct the rest of the exercise. The third possibility is that Martin is actually permitted to kill the Martins himself under the guise of them being enemies of the state, and that the operation is sanctioned. I personally think the first of these is more likely, that the Martins may have been killed and or kept somewhere in the guest house or somewhere in the cottage, and that Martin has no idea of their whereabouts. This may also explain why, when Constables Paul Hyland and Gary Whittle arrived at the Seascape much later during the siege, both of them tendered witness statements that they saw a naked female running screaming between the guest house and the cottage. The identity of that person has never been determined. So there is every possibility that perhaps that woman was Sally Martin, that she may have been kept in another part of the property,
Sally, not
perhaps Jenny. Had escaped from any restrictions that she had and had run screaming, trying to get help. Maybe she was disrobed to keep her from, running and trying to elicit help. But it's one aspect of when you look at the many weird inconsistencies, anomalies, and strange coincidences of the mainstream narrative. If you put the overlay, I'm going to ask you all to put the overlay of this alternate narrative over the top of those, then some of these things do seem to make a little more sense. And that's one example that could explain why there was this unidentified naked female running between the buildings screaming. So Martin is at Seascape. He meets the other operatives there. There may be 2, there may be 3. They have set up Seascape Cottage with additional firearms, most likely owned by Glenn Martin, who is the son of Sally and David. He's no longer there. And the couple have been disposed of.
I said Dennis and Jenny, but it's Sally and David. Apologies, my brain.
He's provided with his script and told wait, and when we give you the signal, you will read from your script as required if contacted by phone, and when the time comes, you will engage in a siege with the surrounding police. Remember, Martin's Volvo has been brought to that location along with his firearms and his passport in the glove box. One of the operatives that is at the Seascape Cottage then commandeers Martin Bryant's clothing, and if we recall once again, when Martin had run out from the burning Seascape Cottage at the conclusion of the siege, he was dressed in black, which may or may not suggest that when he arrives at Seascape, he has to dress and pretend that he is a special operations group operative. So Martin's clothing is provided to the real gunman. The real gunman, in essence, would be a highly trained individual and most likely a psychopath with compassion for no human life whatsoever. This person would most likely have been SASR or ex-SASR, or perhaps a private military security contract. A very highly trained, dangerous, ruthless and psychopathic individual who has some appearances to Martin. This person takes Martin's clothing, he takes Martin's car and Martin's guns. He dons a blonde wig and then makes his way down to Port Arthur. The first stage of his operation is to leave an identifying trace of breadcrumbs behind him. Weird events, strange anomalies like buying a bottle of tomato sauce at the local supermarket and paying small change so that people notice him, carrying a large bag, suspicious activity, stopping at service stations, purchasing fuel for the Volvo. Remember too that when the Volvo was discovered, there were fuel containers and firelighters in there as well. So the ring-in, if you like, basically makes his way down to Port Arthur and creates a number of distractions, if you like, and noticeable events that people note, they can comment on and give witness on later on. This person is armed with enough information about Martin Bryant to realistically pass as Martin Bryant. However, once again, with the mainstream narrative, there are some holes, because a lot of the people that did know Martin Bryant, who initially witnessed the shooter, said that they didn't recognise that person as being Martin Bryant. One of these was the farmer, Roger Lana, who had some knowledge of Martin. And when Martin pulled up in his driveway on the way down to Port Arthur, his statement was that he didn't initially recognise him to be Martin Bryant. They then engaged in some conversation, which I guess satisfied him that it may have been Martin Bryant. What's very important next is the operational plan and the initial target, which was not the Port Arthur historical site. This is evidenced by the shooter stopping to help 2 young ladies, 2 tourists whose car had broken down by the side of the road. Martin was not known for his mechanical aptitude himself, yet this person was able to get their car running by fixing a loose wire. He also purchased a bag of marijuana from the girls for $50, which they were amused at because they had the feeling that if the person was a seasoned smoker, they would know that $50 was way too much to pay for the amount of marijuana they sold, but nevertheless, the person handed over $50 and purchased the marijuana. They noticed the surf.
I'm just going to say, I'm giving myself a little pat on the back for how much of this stuff I've kind of already relayed to you in piecemeal. My recall, 10-10.
Board on the top of Martin's yellow Volvo and ask, are you going surfing? And the reply comes back, no, I'm going down to get rid of some wasps. Now this indicates an obvious planting by the gunman for a motive for the attack, which is to eradicate white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, or WASPs. He goes on to say, you can join me down there and buy me a coffee before driving off. The shooter makes his way down to the Port Arthur historic site, pays the $50 entrance fee and enters the site. Now here's where there's an indication that the original target was not, in fact, the Broad Arrow Cafe, but the Bundeena ferry that takes tourists across to the Isle of the Dead. The Assistant Police Commissioner on the day, Lupo Prins, reported to the Hobart Mercury on the 31st of December 1996 that the initial target for Martin Bryant was the Bundeena ferry across to the Isle of the Dead. The shooter parks down near the water's edge, close to the jetty where the Bundeena alights for the Isle of the Dead. He doesn't park in the car park next to the Broad Arrow Cafe, which is in close proximity to his vehicle, if that was the intended target. Ian Kingston, who's the security manager and traffic controller on the day, remonstrates with the shooter and says, "You can't park down here, we need this space for the buses."
Pause. Now, Pierre, thank you. Pierre says, went to get food and my son looked at the stream when the picture of the, excuse me, Daewoo 12 gauge popped up. He said at that time that would be a somewhat specialized weapon, not common. I wonder where it was from. Well, I'm not sure which of the two weapons was the one that was registered to the Victoria Police, but could be that one, huh? In which case, how did Martin Bryant get a weapon registered to Victoria Police? That's not Tasmania Police. Victoria's where I live, on the mainland. Tasmania Police. So it wasn't registered to just the police. But thank you. That's very helpful. Thanks, Mini Pierre.
The shooter drives off and Ian Kingston goes on about his duties. But when he looks back, he notices that once again, the yellow Volvo has been parked down near the water's edge, close to the jetty where the ferry alights for the Isle of the Dead. Now, the Isle of the Dead, as we know, is a little island, a historical gravesite that's just off the foreshore of the Port Arthur historical site. It's accessible only by the ferry. So in order to get rid of wasps on the Isle of the Dead, the plan is that the shooter will make their way down there, join the ferry with the other tourists, make their way across to the Isle of the Dead, and that is the intended target for the shooter. This has significant impact for a number of reasons. Reports were that in addition to local tourists, there was something like 80 US tourists on that ferry that day that were making their way across to the Isle of the Dead. If we consider the notion of the Isle of the Dead itself, there are no cameras on the island. It's not accessible to the public other than by the ferry. It's an isolated environment in many ways. Anyone witnessing an assault on the Isle of the Dead or the ferry itself, all they would witness would be hearing gunshots and seeing whatever commotion was happening at a distance. There would be very few witnesses, eyewitnesses, to identify exactly what took place on that island. It's the perfect ambush point. The notion that there could have been 80 US tourists, it goes without saying that given the ongoing debate about gun control in the United States, the ramifications of 80 US tourists being killed would have been a much higher body count than that was achieved at the Broad Arrow Cafe and the Port Arthur historical site, would have gone global and certainly would have had huge ramifications for gun control in the United States. So that was the stage of the operation, was to create the breadcrumbs, make enough noticeable disruptions that people notice a person who is perceived to be Martin Bryant with the long blonde hair, the dark long coat, making their way down to the Port Arthur historical site. The shooter parks Martin's Volvo down near the water's edge. He asks the security manager and traffic controller, Ian Kingston, if he could park down there, and is told, no, you can't, we need that space for the buses.
So I think this is one of the most interesting sort of indicators, or one of this next little bit to me is the most sort of resounding display of the fact that I can't imagine that Martin Bryant managed this. Not the number of victims, horrific. Not the short period of time. Not the agility with which survivors' test sort of accounts suggest that this shooter was dancing, basically, with like spinning, shooting from the hip, headshots, accurate military precision. But the fact that the shooter supposedly likely had this plan formulated to go one way. Remember that before the talking about the heading down to get some wasps, so sowing the seed of a motive and then doing this, going down there, and then when this part of the forged in stone, one would presume, plan, foolproof even, couldn't be executed, again, worst word, but you know what I mean, that the shooter then thought on their toes, went and had a sit down. I think they bought some lunch. I think we'll get there, and ate the lunch. Said the thing to another person on the veranda of the Broad Arrow Cafe, which was not many Japs here, but plenty of wasps. And then proceeded to shoot up the Broad Arrow Cafe. One of the people in the Broad Arrow Cafe stood up and said, "No, not here," and the shooter promptly shot them down. I don't think Martin Bryant could have that kind of mental agility to change the plan on the fly. I just don't see it. I can imagine someone with limited mental capacity or to be able to be physically agile with a weapon, 2 weapons, to be able to maybe be trained to that kind of level of expertise in handling the guns, but not this. I think that's a bridge too far for me, frankly. So
Ian continues on with his duties, and the shooter parks down to the water's edge anyway because he needs to get onto the ferry. This is where the operation has run awry. Now, we have to consider it, at all this time, Martin Bryant, unknowingly...
Pause. Also, Rachel said, hubby just said that the same thing about the shotgun, auto gun, that's worth about 4K used. Yep. Remember, this was 30 years ago. I don't think money would have been an option for Martin, given that he had that inheritance from Helen Harvey. But good point. That's some expensive weaponry to have for someone who didn't have a gun license, isn't it? When you think about that, when in Australia people had a gun license, I believe these days there is a much higher number of licensed guns in Australia, but also an exponentially higher number of estimated illegal guns, unlicensed. 4 million licensed to 5 million, roughly. So, 4 million licensed, 1 million unlicensed these days in Australia. Much, much higher. And that's after these gun law reforms were put in place to restrict gun ownership in Australia, to disarm the population. So I don't know if the expense, would have been prohibitive for Martin, but what's even with the money, what's a guy with no gun license going to do?
Is situated at Seascape Cottage. He has no concept of any other aspect of the perceived counter-terrorism exercise other than that he's going to be holding siege at the Seascape Cottage. Also, remember, it's been a minute since I mentioned it. Perhaps Paul will mention it here. I can't recall. But the shooter shot 29 of the 30 bullets. God, I'm going to use all the wrong words. Bullets from the chamber, from the magazine, leaving one in the chamber while he reloaded, which is apparently a military tactic to make sure that while you're reloading, you're not left exposed in case someone comes at you, which could have been a coincidence, or it could have been that Martin Bryant was taught this by his police buddies. But that's military execution, standard operating procedure for military people, right? And I presume probably police guns, I'm not sure. However, there are much greater agendas and plans at play. So the gunman has, remember, petrol and firelighters in Martin's Volvo. The plan is to get onto the ferry and join the perhaps 100 or so people who are making their way across to the Isle of the Dead. At some point, they may have had to...
Also, just one thing, his verbiage is such that he's saying it like this is gospel. But this is the alternative suggested hypothesis. It's so far so good, right? It really is. It really is sounding far more believable than the official narrative, frankly.
The plan is to get onto the ferry and join the perhaps 100 or so people who are making their way across to the Isle of the Dead. At some point, they may have had to elicit an emergency disembarkation because the ferry could have been set on fire. This would have forced everyone to escape from the ferry onto the Isle of the Dead. Once on that isle, there would be nowhere to escape to. The waters surrounding the Isle of the Dead, the Tasmanian waters, were freezing. And if we have elderly people and children, very unlikely that they would be able to survive if they tried to escape by jumping in the water. This was evident during the Norway shooting that occurred on November the 22nd. Victims were trying to escape a gunman who had trapped them on an island, and they too jumped into the water, and some of them drowned. They had nowhere to go. So that's the plan. Also, consider the fact that on the island, if there was no access, immediate access by police, if the ferry had been burnt.
Thank you so much, Jenny, for being here. Lovely to see you. Yes, do catch the rest on replay because we're getting to the nuts and bolts of things at the moment. So if you're wondering where you're leaving off, it's 2 hours and 5 minutes into the stream, so you can scoot straight through. Thank you so much. You're the best. Have a lovely evening.
Into the ocean. You've got the gunman on the island. You've got a much higher amount of people that are killed because they are, in essence, trapped with nowhere to go. And then it would be also very easy to plant evidence linking the appointed and chosen patsy, Martin Bryant, to the crime, the greater crime of the massacre on the Isle of the Dead. We know that the gun bag that was abandoned in the Broad Arrow Cafe allegedly contained a bloodied knife that was wrapped in a towel with DNA consistent with that of David Martin, the owner of Seascape Cottage, who was later discovered in the burnt wreckage of Seascape.
Pause. Again, I'm going to call you back to that police training video, this snippet of conversation that we overheard the hostage negotiator with Jamie, Martin Bryant, when Martin said, no one's been injured, but at the Seascape Cottage, at the Broad Arrow Cafe, there was a knife left wrapped in a towel with David Martin's blood on it. So obviously David Martin had already been at least injured, blood spilt, before the Port Arthur massacre. So again, Martin Bryant doesn't strike me as somebody who has the quick-wittedness to be able to lie so seamlessly on the phone with the negotiator. And why would he lie? Why wouldn't he say, yeah, fuck it, I've already killed somebody. I've already killed 2 people. Martin Bryant said, no, nobody's been injured. No one's been hurt. So that's also interesting.
So in essence, you had planted evidence as well as whatever other evidence was planned to be left on the Isle of the Dead.
And why would Martin Bryant take that knife with him? You don't take a knife to a gunfight, right? Am I muted? Oh my God. No, thank God. You don't take a knife to a gunfight. Why would Martin Bryant take that knife with him when he's got a shotgun and a semi-automatic rifle? Anyway, two high-powered weapons. Why would he take the knife? So that's another thing he's got. It was in the tennis bag. So there's a camera bag. Wait. So we got a tennis bag, a camera bag, camcorder, and 2 gigantic guns that one person took in there that nobody noticed. Okay. Okay. And in the tennis bag was a knife covered in blood still, wrapped in a towel. Okay. No wonder we couldn't have a coronial inquest or, God forbid, a trial.
Once the aftermath of the shooting had took place, it would also be very easy to cordon off that crime scene. So whatever else took place, what investigations were taken place by the police that were involved, would in essence be hidden from the public. The other issue, of course, is that you now have the gunman on the island. So how do we then correlate back to the appointed patsy and chosen victim who was meant to die in the operation, Martin Bryant, who is currently residing at the Seascape Cottage? The shooter would conduct the massacre. Everyone on the foreshore would hear the gunshots, perhaps see the burning ferry, be horrified. We know that the only two police close to the Port Arthur historic site were conveniently lured away on a false report that there were drugs that were contained in the coal mines over at Saltwater, half an hour away. So the only two police officers that perhaps could have organised access across to the Isle of the Dead were then lured away to the other side of the island, conveniently getting them out of the way. So the shooter, our appointed Martin Bryant, in essence, undertakes the massacre and kills a lot more people than were killed in the actual shooting, and then contacts the headquarters, which is the Seascape Cottage, and says phase 1 is complete. Martin would then be killed, and his body would be transported out by boat to the Isle of the Dead. There were reports that there was an unmarked boat on the bay at the time. This boat would then arrive at the Isle of the Dead, pick up the shooter, and dump Martin's body. Martin may have been considered to have committed suicide by shooting himself, or maybe he was found floating, drowned in the waters. Either way,
At Dunblane, the alleged shooter managed to turn up dead with two shots to the head, I think, but two shots that killed him on a downward angle. That's unusual, and with bullet holes, correlating bullet holes in the close to the floorboard, close to the skirting board of the gymnasium where that shooting took place. So miraculously, the shooter at Dunblane managed to kill himself with two headshots, lying down like this. Huh. That's interesting.
the crime scene is wrapped up. Martin is discovered on the Isle of the Dead. His Volvo is parked down near the water's edge. There is no confusion as to the perpetrator of the crime. But the operation went off the rails. And the reason was, unpredictably, the ferry had left half an hour earlier. So the Isle of the Dead, which was the intended target, was now off limits. There was some altercation, there was remonstration, where the gunman now was faced with a dilemma that the plan had gone off the rails. So he improvises, he thinks on his feet. This is a person who has no impunity to killing anyone and continues on with an improvised plan, which is to make his way to the gift shop and the Broad Arrow Cafe and try and figure out how best to continue with the operation. If we imagine that this is a planned false flag operation, then we can also theorise that there are plants, there are people in the immediate vicinity of the tourist site whose job it is to witness publicly that they saw Martin Bryant get onto the ferry and then support the narrative that Martin Bryant was the perpetrator of the crime. Some of these people may have been in the Broad Arrow Cafe. Once again, the strange anomalies and inconsistencies and unexplained questions seem to make a little bit more sense if you place the overlay of a false flag operation over the mainstream narrative. So, for instance, the shooter enters the cafe in a fairly agitated state, once again playing the role of the motivational racist shooter who is heard to go out on the balcony after purchasing his meal, waving his hands around and saying a lot of wasps around nowadays, not too many Jap tourists, you know, creating a scene in essence so that people can recognise this person as mentioning wasps once again. That person's also seen mumbling and talking almost to themselves. Is there the possibility that the shooter had an earpiece in and was communicating and was being told, abort the mission, the ferry has left, this person...
Also handy to have that long hair if you're wearing an earpiece, right? I mean, obviously Martin Bryant had long hair, but that's helpful. Particularly back in the day before what people if they had a music device back then, it was over ear. Remember those black ones on your Walkman or your Discman? Not earbuds.
Then in a rock and a hard place, and they decide instead to improvise with the mission. That person then goes into the cafe and retrieves the Colt SP1 from the bag. Before we get to the shooting itself, we recall that he was also witnessed going into the Broad Arrow Cafe with a black video camera, which we covered in a previous episode. What would be the point of a shooter taking a video camera with them and about to embark on a mass rampage? There are some questions there, and possible alternatives to that are that if the person had been able to get onto the ferry, the shooter, then filming the carnage of US citizens being massacred in their dozens, perhaps drowning in the water or burning alive on the ferry, would have been catastrophic footage that would shake the world and certainly shake up America. This camera was, however, set up on a table next to the gun bag in the Broad Arrow Cafe. The other possibility is that anybody that is contracted to carry out something as murderous as the Port Arthur Massacre, in essence places themselves in the arena of being expendable, that they are a dangerous voice that perhaps should be silenced.
Yep.
So that there can be no loose ends, so to speak. There is the possibility that the shooter, using either Martin's video camera or their own camera, because it's never been determined whose camera that was, wanted some insurance. So if they filmed themselves taking part in the massacre and it was clear that that shooter was not Martin Bryant, then that tape would in essence form the part of an insurance in case there was any action to try and silence the real shooter, because then that could be used as what they call a dead man switch, which is then if that's released, it would blow the whole mainstream narrative out of the water. Possibility. Of course, we're just theorising here, but once again, once you place this overlay over the top of the mainstream, it certainly suggests very feasible outcomes. Thank you for joining the WASP Files.
Out of nowhere. Thank you, Paul. Now, shall we have a little stretch of our legs, a little chair dance? Let me do this and have a quick music break. Now, I've already chosen a song, so a couple of minutes. Go and let the dog out to go to the bathroom, like Buster's wanting to go right now. Go to the bathroom yourself, have a smoke, I don't know, whatever. Pour a drink. Oh, no, my brain. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yay, thank you so much for being here. Part 2 coming in a sec.
Never love, it's an obsession. Not for sale, not your possession. Delusional, it's fantasy. A dark fixation, silly, silly. Intoxication, blinkers on. Oof, take the hint, leave her alone. Not the empath you are looking for, sir. Rejection as a slur. Limerence, collide with rejection. Limerence, clouds all your judgment. All or nothing future nip and tuck. Exception, what the fuck? Kerning and screaming, navigation dreaming. Slam the brakes, slam into me. 0 sense normality. Limerence collides with rejection. Limerence clouds all your judgments. All or nothing in the deep end. Limerence break or bend. Limerence recompend. Limerence common sense. Storm goodbye.
Love it. Thanks for being here. So that, shall we watch the next part? Yes, let me do a few of these little backstagey things. This? Yes. And then wait. Pause. Walk and talk. I'm just getting it. Oh. K. I guess I'll there.
False flag event, an alternate narrative that may explain why the operation was supposed to have gone a certain way, how it went off the rails. An unusual thing to say, of course. It would be complete fire on people in the Broad Arrow Cafe. Anthony Nightingale leaps to his feet and says, "No, not here," and is shot down. An unusual thing to say.
It is.
Of course, could be completely coincidental, but the possibility, we're dealing once again with an alternate narrative, is that some of the people in the Broad Arrow Cafe were associated with the operation, whether they were intelligence agencies or plants. This is also backed up to a certain extent by witness statements that Hans Overbeek, who was a local person who'd known around the local area, had also attended the Broad Arrow Cafe aftermath and was witnessed going through victims' pockets.
So, Sibby, that's your bloody pickpocketer. He looks fucking sus, doesn't he? And if you recall, Wendy Skur in her phone interview with Paul mentioned that a name that had been mentioned to her as someone who might have been the actual shooter was this Overbeek dude's son. He had 2 sons. One of them, Ben Overbeek, I recall. Huzzah! Ben Overbeek, who then committed suicide 6 months after the Port Arthur massacre. And why? So just that. That's another. Why was this guy going through the pockets, and why did? Interesting. Huh?
Who was a local person who'd known around the local area, had also attended the Broad Arrow Cafe aftermath and was witnessed going through victims' pockets.
And I'm just telling you what I think. Another thing that happened, Hans Overbeek, he was very arrogant, quite nasty in the cafe when I walked in. One of the women that was hiding in the cafe said she saw him after the gunman left, going through people's pockets.
Jesus.
He's obviously looking for something.
Ostensibly, unless that person was stealing, they may have been removing any identification that would then classify the planted people as being operatives. Hans Overbeek has come under quite a lot of scrutiny and suspicion in relation to his involvement and also the possible involvement of his son Benjamin Overbeek, who also had committed suicide some months after Port Arthur.
Wait, I mean, that's only one photo, but if we're looking at Manson lamp eyes...
And also the possible involvement of his son Benjamin Overbeek, who...
It's one photo. It was him, allegedly. Don't come for me. No. But anyway.
Who also had committed suicide some months after Port Arthur. So the shooter has improvised. He has opened fire in the cafe and killed in a very short amount of time, in a very professional, ruthless and controlled, methodical manner, 20 people. He then exits the cafe calmly, as James Belasco reported, the US tourist who had videoed the shooter, like he was on a stroll.
Walked right by me, not far away from me, just walked out of there as casual as can be.
So this is a person that is not of an emotional instability and perhaps low IQ. This is a person very controlled, very calm, very controlled and methodical and professional. Neville Quinn had issued a witness statement that he said that the shooter was one of the best trained army men I'd ever seen. His stance was unbelievable.
Ha!
The shooter makes their way down to the buses and retrieves the firearm, which Martin...
If you recall last night when we were listening to the corrections officer, the prison guard, former prison guard, whistleblower, who said that Martin was super uncoordinated when he tossed a roll of toilet paper from about 4 feet above Martin down to Martin at Martin's request. He didn't catch it. It hit him on the head because he's so unco. But the shooter was like dancing.
Bryant had stated to Inspectors Warren and Payne when he was interviewed that that's not one of mine. No, never. I've never seen that. This is the FN-FAL .308 semi-automatic rifle, a much more high-powered and accurate rifle. The shooting continues around the buses at greater distances, with victims sometimes being shot from one bus through the window into another bus. Very accurate shooting. The shooter makes their way down to the Volvo, gets in the Volvo and exits the Port Arthur historic site. This all takes place in a very short amount of time. Once again...
I don't think I'd ever... Oh, you know me, I always listen. I don't think I'd seen that footage. That was obviously one of the people with the camcorders. I don't know, did I go too far back? Probably.
At greater distances.
I want to see that
with victims
Volvo
sometimes
again.
being shot from one bus through the window into another bus. Very accurate shooting. The shooter makes their way down to the Volvo, gets in the Volvo and exits the Port Arthur historic site. This all takes place in a very short amount of time. Once again, a professional trained individual has the ability to control uncontrollable situations, to think on their feet, to improvise. And considering the multiple staged events of the shooting at Port Arthur, that certainly occurred. So we've got the change of plans. We've got the Broad Arrow Cafe as the first stage of the shooting. Then we've got the buses. The person then continues up the access road and shoots more victims on the way, including the horrific crime of shooting a mother and her 2 young children. This is a person totally devoid of any humanity and compassion, a psychopath.
And
that person then is stopped.
A psychopath. But think about Martin Bryant, who by all accounts actually loved animals, and who did all sorts of little sort of entrepreneurial cottage industry sort of things to make some extra money. He used to buy produce from the market and sell it to the locals. And he used to make little trinkets to sell to the tourists. And he also said that if he wasn't in prison, he instead would like to, he would envision himself being on the Spirit of Tasmania, back and forward between the mainland and Tasmania, talking to people. Like, I'm not a psychopath, but that wouldn't be my choice. It just doesn't align, right? Doesn't align. His archetype, Martin Bryant's apparent archetype, does not align with the cold-hearted, cold-blooded precision of the shooter. Demonstrably so, objectively so.
At the toll booth. Now, once again, we have a strange anomaly, a weird coincidence, and an unexplained series of questions where a family who had driven up to the toll booth, who were intending to enter the Port Arthur historical site, had witnessed that both the access roads were blocked by vehicles. One was a bronze gold BMW and the other was Martin's yellow Volvo. that was parked in the outgoing lane. We have covered this in a previous episode.
And we have too.
Seated in the front seat of the BMW was a male and a female. Seated in Martin Bryant's Volvo, which was sitting just behind the BMW, probably about 6 metres behind, was the shooter. In the front seat was a female, Helene Salzman, and behind the gunman, in the rear seat, was Robert Salzman. The family, the Cheoks, were surprised at seeing that both roads were blocked at the toll booth, and as they watched, Robert Salzman exited the vehicle, the yellow Volvo, and stood there. He didn't run. Now just remember, just a few metres down the road, we've covered this, Annette Mikak and her 2 young daughters, Alana and Madeline, were ruthlessly killed. So the people that were parked at the toll booth would be very aware that there was shooting and that people would be being shot and that others would be running in panic. And yet 2 of them are seated in Martin Bryant's Volvo with the shooter, having a conversation. Robert Salzman gets out and stands at the rear of the Volvo. The shooter gets out. They have a conversation. They're standing fairly close together. At some point, the Cheoks witness that this turns into an argument. The gunman then shoots Robert Salzman. Russell Pollard, who is in the BMW parked adjacent, gets out, walks around, and also confronts the gunman. He then is shot as well. The gunman then drags out Helene Salzman and murders her by the side of the road before killing Rosemary Nixon, who was the female in the front of the BMW.
Why
if we
wouldn't
consider once again, we're
pause.
theorising an alternate narrative.
So again, why wouldn't they have run? We covered this in a previous episode ourselves. We dissected it. Interesting.
That the reason that these 4 other people in another vehicle did not run, did not drive away, did not try to grab the rifle that was retrieved from the back of the Volvo. So remember, in the initial stages, they were seated together. There was no firearm present. This may suggest that those people were involved operatives, and that the reason they had, in essence, accosted the gunman was that the plan had gone off the rails, that he was meant to be on the ferry, but he was not. He instead had shot up the Port Arthur historic site and made his way up towards the toll booth. So there was an argument that ensued. The gunman, who was a total psychopath, at this point had gone too far to change plans and decided no more loose ends, and decided to execute the 4 of them before commandeering their vehicle, which is another improvisational ability, and then exit the Port Arthur historic site. The next improvised activity, of course, was that the gold BMW was then used to cut off a car that was exiting a service station, which contained Glenn Pearce and his partner Zoe Hall. The gunman blocks the car from exiting, gets out, and forces Glenn Pearce at gunpoint into the boot of the BMW. He then returns and shoots Zoe Hall in the car and kills her. I'm going to return once again that all this time, Martin Bryant is stationed at Seascape with no knowledge of what's gone on whatsoever. He's waiting to take his part in the counter-terrorism exercise that's to take place later that afternoon.
If you recall, in one of the snippets of police interview, the in-person interview that Martin had after his arrest, and he asks, has this got something to do with what happened at Port Arthur? And they said yes. And he goes, what happened? And the guy goes, I'm paraphrasing. The detective says, 35. You shot 35 people. And Martin goes, bullshit, under his breath. And the other thing he said, when he asked, there'd been a shooting, someone told him there'd been a shooting at Port Arthur. I think the interrogator on the phone when he was being role-playing as Jamie. And he said, oh, nobody's been hurt, ? So that's just doesn't align.
The gunman makes his way to the Seascape cottage. At the entranceway, at the driveway, he stops and he
absolutely set an alarm that morning. I think because he was trundling himself off to be a part of like the secret tactical response exercise that he was invited to as a civilian with the police. So he got up and got going on a Sunday, bright and early, but not to do what they say he went to do. Oh, no wonder he. Oh my God!
Begins shooting at some of the other vehicles to lift the body count, if you like. So various people are shot as they're travelling on the access road outside the Seascape Cottage driveway. Once again, witness statements see a man with long blonde hair in a dark coat. There are also reports of a different individual with mousy brown hair and a beard. Once again, this has not been determined. Possibility that there could have been someone else involved, but at this stage, we're going to assume that the gunman has improvised once again and opened fire on innocent tourists.
Oh.
So then,
wait. It took me a while. I wonder whether that second shooter with mousy brown hair was the same shooter, wig, coat off. What do you think? See? This is why I watch things more than once. I've watched all this so many times. I never thought of that before. I'm like, oh yeah, second guy, but no. What if this second guy, Buster, you don't need to go in there. Buster wants to go into the bedroom. No, because Poppy is a weirdo in the bedroom when I'm not. Yes, that's Handy P. Wait, I'm going to go back. What did he say? Did he say? Because I remember they said that the shooter had. Was it the shooter or that photo that Petra Wilmot identified as being somebody else meeting with Martin who looked like Martin? Remember that Elizabeth Street, was it? Photo ID. She wasn't sure. It was either her and that person or the shooter, a survivor's account, that the shooter had kind of pockmarked skin. We'll go back because I'm not sure whether he said. Hang on, I think I went back too far. We'll get this. I don't know whether they said any scruffy facial hair, if it was scruffy mousy brown hair.
There are also reports of a different individual with mousy brown hair and a beard.
A beard.
Once again, this has not been determined.
Okay.
Possibility that there could have been someone else involved.
Also, eyewitness testimonies are sometimes flawed. Imagine if you're saying maybe it wasn't a beard, maybe the slight facial hair was interpreted or remembered by a survivor of the actual, in the Broad Arrow Cafe as being pockmarked skin, and another person saw it as being a beard. But that could just be, both of those could be a light facial hair coating, right? Am I right?
But at this stage, we're going to assume that the gunman has improvised once again and opened fire on innocent tourists. So then, the next stage of the plan is that the BMW is driven onto the grounds of Seascape. Glenn Pearce is in the boot of the BMW. The gunman enters the Seascape Cottage. The operatives are there. We have Rick and we have Jamie, which is Martin Bryant's chosen role as the terrorist. He says, change of plans. We have a hostage now. We have a real hostage. So, Martin, you're going to say that you have hostages, and your job will now be to take care of the hostages. Now, Glenn Pearce is either brought in and handcuffed to the railing inside Seascape Cottage, and Martin is given the appointed task of looking after the hostages, as he states in his police negotiation later with negotiator Terry McCarthy. I'm making sandwiches for the hostages. They've got some egg and bacon, and I've got to go because the kettle is squealing downstairs.
I'm making up some sandwiches. These people have got salad and some bacon and eggs. I'm going to fry up some bacon and eggs for them. Hey, I've got to go because this kettle's squealing downstairs, and I'm making a cup of tea now for the hostages.
In essence, he's supposedly looking after the hostage. Gunshots are clearly heard during this amiable conversation in the background, which means Rick, who is the other operative, is shooting out the window and the beginning of the siege is taking place. Reports start to emanate that shooting had been taking place near the Seascape Cottage. So the police begin to arrive. The first two constables on the scene at the Seascape Cottage are
Sorry
constables
about that.
Paul Hyland and Gary Whittle.
Oh, yes, Pierre. This poor kid. I mean, when you hear him talking, right, he just sounds like a kid. Just no sophistication I just don't see the sophistication to carry this out, to plan it, and then to carry it out, and then to like Paul keeps saying, to improvise. Honestly, I had a very heavy heart for about 2 or 3 days when I was immersed in watching all of the Wasp Files playlist for poor Martin Bryant, and still a very heavy heart, but it weighed very heavily on me for a couple of days. I'll scoot back because I swapped my earbuds over it, paused it, and then I was muted. Blah.
Shooting had been taking place near the Seascape Cottage. So the police begin to arrive. The first two constables on the scene at the Seascape Cottage are constables Paul Hyland and Gary Whittle. They pull up and are immediately fired upon. The rounds are accurate enough that they have to draw to a safe distance. The reports were that on arrival they saw that the BMW was burning, that it had caught fire. The mainstream narrative was that Martin had set fire to the car. This may have happened either with Glenn Pearce in the boot, or Glenn Pearce had been removed and handcuffed to the railing. At some point the car was set on fire. Andrew Fogarty, who was a Taspol Special Operations Group, had arrived very, very shortly after Constables Gary Whittle and Paul Hyland had. There were some reports that they were surprised at how quickly a Special Operations Group police had managed to attend the Seascape Cottage. Nevertheless, let's imagine that someone had fired an incendiary device into the BMW to prevent any kind of escape from the Seascape Cottage, therefore making sure that Martin Bryant had no options whatsoever to be able to escape, that he would have to remain at the cottage. Remember, the yellow Volvo had been abandoned back down at the toll booth with his passport in the glove box. So the siege begins, and we have Jamie, who's shooting out the window with Rick and with the gunman, and we perhaps have a hostage there as well. Terry McCarthy contacts the Seascape Cottage. In essence, the police were informed that the cottage was the location for the shooter because an ABC reporter by the name of Alison Smith had, by chance, been ringing around local areas to see if
100%, Pierre. Let's unpack it for a second. Pierre says his behaviour suggests that he thought this was all an exercise. He's very lighthearted and jovial. That was a word that that the corrections officer used to describe Martin Bryant in prison. So it seems in character that he's kind of very, very amicable, amenable, and convivial, and you know, he's kind of just playing a role. It's just, again, there's just no crossover between that. Really it's quite transparent, his character. There's no crossover between that character and what one would imagine would need to carry out an absolutely horrific, cold-blooded, multi-situational massacre. And then to be sitting there later, I just don't see it. I mean, I'm sure you can have a cool, calm, and collected perpetrator of a crime who's so, guys, level-headed and detached from what they've just done, that in the siege situation afterwards with hostages, that they're and surrounded by you know, tactical response group members. I don't know about you, but when it gets to siege point, right? When it gets to the siege, we've all seen, you know, I mean, usually people who end up in a siege after committing some sort of rampage, murderous event, a spree, They're not cool, calm, and collected making tea and egg and bacon sandwiches for their hostages, are they? They're usually kind of screaming and erratic and unreasonable in a heightened state of emotions because things are culminating, right? Things are coming to a head. He doesn't sound like things are coming to a head, does he? He just doesn't. And certainly not someone who's it's escalating to the point where he's going to set the cottage, kill his hostages that he's earlier, just a few hours earlier, making food for and boiling a kettle for a cup of tea for them. He does sound befuddled, Pierre. That within a few short hours by daybreak the next morning. So this is dark. So it's sometime the conversations we've heard, the snippets we've heard, are sometime after dark, which in April I guess is, let's call it 7 o'clock, probably earlier, probably 6 p.m. Sometimes between 6 p.m. and 5:36 a.m. So in 12 hours he's gone from making tea and. The transcripts are all out there of all of the hostage negotiations. I don't know if the recordings are all out there, but he goes in 12 hours to that befuddled, convivial, happy-go-lucky, calm person to feeling so desperate that he sets the cottage on fire with himself in it and kills both his hostages. Really? Then this is a schizophrenic person too, supposedly, without his medications. Don't forget that. He doesn't sound like he's schizophrenic either, does he? Fuck's sake. Diabolical. This is disgusting. Shame on the Australian government. Shame on these people.
There were what was going on with Port Arthur, and they had the number for the Seascape Cottage and rang. That phone was answered by a voice of the person saying, I'm having a lot of fun.
And just one more thing, sorry, we're at a roll now. TED Talk. Imagine we haven't watched it together, but I've referenced it a few times. That fucking idiot Australian podcaster, can't remember his channel, doesn't matter, wouldn't subscribe, wouldn't watch anyway. Like Paul goes through in that interview, it's an hour and a half ish long. Like this what we're watching now is comprehensive as fuck, right? That's why it's in the minute detail of how it could have happened. So different to an interview, question answer. But that, and also we've spent part 6. Every episode's been at least 3, sometimes 4 hours. 6 3s are 18. So we're getting close to 20 hours of coverage on this. So we know this inside out. It's different to an hour and a half interview. But I listened to the first hour and a half interview that I watched. My light bulb holy shit moment was only about an hour and a half interview. We watched it in our episode 1, part 1 of this series. And that was enough for me, maybe because I'm open. I'm very open to the idea of this kind of despicable false flag event. I was already there. But so maybe if you are a trust the government, trust the media, trust the narrative kind of a person, you're not gonna buy it. But that fucking idiot that did the podcast interview with Paul that said no, at the end he said no, well you haven't said anything to convince me. Like what the fuck? What? What body of what? Like we know this in minute detail now. But even in an hour and a half with Paul, who knows this back to front, answering every question for an hour and a half, it was a tough interview. What's wrong with people? We don't buy it. We don't buy it. And if you buy it, you're a fucking idiot, or you're choosing to be willfully ignorant because it's just it's flagrantly obvious.
And if you called again, I'll shoot the hostages. Alison Smith then passed this information on to the police, which then, of course, enabled the police to be able to attend the Seascape Cottage where the siege took place.
Wait, I'm going to go back with that because I paused it midway for a little rant.
Had, by chance, been ringing around local areas to see if there were what was going on with Port Arthur, and they had the number for the Seascape Cottage and rang. That phone was answered by a voice with a person saying, I'm having a lot of fun, and if you call again, I'll shoot the hostages. Alison Smith then passed this information on to the police.
I'm having a lot of fun, but if you call again, I'll shoot the hostages. Doesn't that sound like someone who thinks he's just playing a role? Like, lol, this is fun, but ha ha ha, I'll shoot the hostages if you call again.
Police, which then, of course, enabled the police to be able to attend the Seascape Cottage where the siege took place.
Outrageous.
If we return a little bit back to the Port Arthur historic site, the scene of massive carnage and a massacre, the police had gathered in force at Turana. There was Marine Police, there was Special Operations Group that were flown in from the mainland, from New South Wales, Victoria Police. There was an enormous contingent of police that were mustered at Turana. However, it took 6 hours before those police converged in force at the Port Arthur historic site, leaving people like Wendy Skua and many of the other survivors having to deal with panicked tourists and a scene of carnage and performing triage on the victims before any real help arrived.
The problem is I made a phone call there at 1:32 to the police. I was so upset that nobody come to help us. We waited till about 7:30, 20 to 8 for an ambulance or a police car.
Yeah, there was a lot of mention.
Pierre, I think he said she was like just a local journalist, an independent journalist, but not a big news org. Just somebody actually doing their due diligence and as a reporter trying to see if anyone knew anything, because it's such a small community, right? It's a tiny little community, very low population, very rural, semi-rural, very mountainous terrain, gorgeous. Tasmania is beautiful, absolutely stunning. It's one of my favorite places in Australia, but not many people. So, and everyone knows everyone. I think it was a local media woman. Don't quote me.
The fact they mobilised everything from the Special Operations Group to the Marine Police, that they were basically held up and they were told just hold off at Turana.
They were kept at Turana. They had the barbecue. One of the blokes come down and got his wife, and he just drove through the roadblock. He said, ask the police down there. They said, no, they're having a barbecue at Turana, and it was too dangerous for them to come in. And I have...
Wow. Pause. Okay, so again, too dangerous for them to come in, but I don't know what time the phone calls first... I don't know when they knew that someone, Jamie, was at the Seascape Cottage, but witnesses saw Martin the shooter commandeer the gold BMW after dumping the yellow Volvo and drive away. And then there were people too dangerous. What, for 6 hours? Oh man. And too dangerous to rescue civilians for a tactical response group. They have one job. That's their job. That's their job. That's what they're trained to do. They were flown in from the mainland, from New South Wales, Sydney, and from Victoria, Melbourne, to Tasmania to be the tactical response group. Yes, correct. So, that then just makes you think, well, the police knew he was there because they were in on it. They were all, they were all in on it, right? So they couldn't have someone calling, and then she called the police, but they already knew. They couldn't have someone taking up the landline because they already knew he was there because they'd positioned him there. They were all in on it. They were all in on it. I'm so mad. I can't believe I didn't know about this until this year, like a few weeks ago. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? World-shattering, mind-bending revelations.
Well, yeah, they didn't come in. It's all there because it was too dangerous.
So why? Once again, if we put the overlay of the operation, why didn't the SOG police immediately attend Port Arthur Historic Site immediately after the shooting had taken place. Why did it take 6 hours? Why were they held back there and in essence had a barbecue? A possible alternative to that is because the operation had gone awry and the Isle of the Dead was no longer the scene of the crime, that there was a problem because there was public access from all avenues to the Port Arthur historic site. There were multiple witnesses. There were an unpredictable series of circumstances and people that would blow holes in the original narrative of the massacre at the Isle of the Dead. This had to be controlled while a new narrative was formed.
Pause. Remember also, who was it? It was, okay, it was I think it was the two police officers that were sent on that wild goose chase with reports of a drug deal or something, drugs discovered, half an hour from Port Arthur. Is it them? It was their job to close the bridge, to open the bridge. Who was that? Wow, too much information in my brain. Somebody's role to either open or close the in or out, the in out, other than because there was two routes, land and water. I think a road and a bridge. If Laura's here, she can clarify for me. And somebody with it was either dispatched, or I think it was the cops dispatched away, so then that other entrance wasn't able to be cut off. The details. Yes, drawbridge. Thank you. I can't remember who it was, P. So that, I think that also which would have prevented any of these witnesses leaving, but because it was either still up or still down. Wow, I'm really just spitballing right now. Maybe he'll get to it. Maybe we should keep watching. We'll do that.
So 6 hours the police were kept at Turana.
Could be.
And the directive was given it's too dangerous for them to enter. Now, given we had Special Operations Group police, whose job it is to take point on dangerous situations, particularly involving firearms, it's inconceivable that they wouldn't have rushed in, at least the tactical police. So this gives time for the people who had planned the operation to then start to theorise how they could salvage the chain of events that had totally changed the circumstances of the crime.
So then, holy shit, think of all of the people complicit in this. I wonder if they signed non-disclosure agreements. Because, man, that's a lot of people sitting there twiddling their thumbs. Maybe that thin blue line is that thick blue wall is strong enough for most. But remember, there was one of the people involved in the tactical response group who coincidentally died in a Black Hawk helicopter crash up in the Northern Territory sometime later. 19 soldiers were killed, including this guy. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, so maybe I mean a couple of them I think have committed suicide.
If we backtrack a little bit, the original target was the Isle of the Dead. If that had gone successfully, there wouldn't have been any need for a siege at Seascape. It was purely the location that was chosen there to, in essence, keep Martin Bryant, who was the chosen patsy, and also implicate him in the murders of David and Sally Martin, which would also give him additional motive, planting the idea that there was a grudge between Martin Bryant and the Martins because they didn't sell one of their properties to his father, who had committed suicide. Once again, it creates a chain of evidence or motive which can be attributed to Martin Bryant. But if the Isle of the Dead had been successfully assaulted by the gunman, there would not have been a need for a siege to occur at Seascape. However, once the operation went off the rail, then the siege became real. So the operatives, including Jamie, are firing out of the window.
Frankly, a total shit show, right? That all could have been avoided if someone, I wonder whose job it was, to double check the ferry the ferry schedule to the Isle of the Dead. Like, I mean, lots more loose ends because that one simple thing, the ferry departed half an hour earlier than it would than they thought it was to be leaving, and so suddenly it all changes. I guess that's a lot of fucking brainstorming at Tirana at the barbecue, isn't it, for 6 hours? Maybe they weren't. Yeah, right. Maybe they weren't. Maybe all those SOGs, the tactical response people, weren't privy to the. I mean, probably they weren't privy to the new plans. They were just sort of stalled and misled as to why they were being held off. Because I'm sure they would have been frustrated. Like, that's their job. This would have been the event of a lifetime. God, it sounds awful, but in a small country like Australia, with minimal, this was the first of its kind in the world, largest. Sorry, not first. Mass shooting and guys like that in that kind of profession, I'm sure would have been mighty pissed that they weren't there in the action. You think? You reckon? Why haven't they talked? I mean, complicity in a bullshit cover-up like this is a pretty strong motive to not say anything, isn't it? Particularly when everybody's expendable, you'd keep your fucking mouth shut. Wow.
And the notion behind that is that, once again, they're not allowed to kill any police, but they have to keep the police at bay. So the shooting is very, very accurate. Soon after, Constable Pat Allen arrives at the entrance to Seascape and is fired upon. He takes cover behind his vehicle, his police vehicle, and the firing is very, very accurate, so that bullets are striking the front bumper bar of his car, of his police cruiser. He's later forced to retreat to a culvert. Police then are pinned down for hours because the shooting is very, very accurate from the Seascape cottage. However, no police are killed or injured. They are, however, kept at bay. 6 hours later, we've had the police en masse that were kept at Tirana have arrived at the Port Arthur Historic Site, basically entered there to take charge of a very compromised crime scene. So in those hours, people were trampling over evidence, souveniring empty cartridge cases.
We had no playground knives, so there we were, 31 of us, look after 500 people. So that wasn't until after 7:30 that someone came in. They came in and protected the crime scene. Now you see, buggers are all there with the blue and white tape around it. That crime scene was not protected. And all those poor people that had dead people in there, they were allowed to go in. We never had the authority to stop them. So she was wide.
Also, remember that guy, Overbeek? What a name, Overbeek, going in there and rifling through the pockets. Poor Wendy. Like, just trauma upon frustration upon guilt, survivor's guilt. Remember how she said she didn't think she'd done her job properly because she'd triaged the fellow who actually survived, who was shot in the neck, and worked out that if he crinked his neck a certain way, he could stem the blood flow. She triaged him out. Holly hi. Poor Wendy, and and then having to, like, the feeling of hopelessness and helplessness and overwhelm for this poor woman. Good God.
And all the evidence was getting, bullets were being taken off the floor. But what can we do?
It was a totally compromised site, which perhaps could have been of benefit to anyone planning the operation, because then they could say, well, we can't have any investigation because the scene is compromised. The Special Operations Group converge on the Seascape cottage, and as stated before, there is a siege where shots are being fired. Tactics are that lights are being turned on and off. There are distractions, noises and smashing furniture, and the reports by attending police were that initially there seemed to be multiple shooters at the Seascape cottage, including reports that shots were coming from different angles and different locations. So now we have a bit of a problem. Because the patsy, which is Martin Bryant.
So reports of shots being fired from different angles and different locations, in between Jamie being on the phone to the negotiator. and they're being shots fired while he's on the phone to the negotiator. But it's just one guy, one lone wolf shooter holed up in the seascape cottage. Okay. I can see how people would buy that.
Can only be the person that is the sole perpetrator of the shooting that has now taken place at the Port Arthur historic site, as opposed to the Isle of the Dead and the ferry. We have operatives inside the seascape cottage. We have police surrounding. Night falls. At some point, a firearm with night vision equipment is used to be able to keep a check on all of the encroaching Special Operations Group police to make sure that they don't get too close.
Yes, hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Jamie. Yourself?
Well, I'm well up till now, in the past few 20 seconds. What I've actually found out, man, is that one of your boys is right outside, northeast, I'd say.
Pause. I'll have a look at that. You mean on the okay, yes. So there were also some difficulties in that Bryant had some sort of line vision device. Every time there was a slight movement in the area, he was able to identify and indicate roughly the vicinity of where the SOG, Special Operations Group, advancement and other people were. That was a grave concern to us. Oh, hi, Auntie Bev. Good to hear from you. So that is why the strategy of just keeping him contained within there and doing nothing much else in the hours of darkness was maintained, because every time anyone either moved or there was any further movement of any kind, he was continually firing shots. Is it that one or was it further back? Let me see. No, probably that one. Here we go.
Jamie, yourself?
Well, I'm well up till now, in the past few 20 seconds. What I've actually found out, man.
Okay. Okay, this one. Right, I gotcha. Okay. Oh, and okay, the Special Operations Group arrived by helicopter, and I briefed them on what I expected them to do. We had 2 young police officers in a ditch. Constable Allen, shout out, that's me, and Constable Whittle, directly in line with Seascape, who were being fired on at that stage. They would remain there for the next 8 hours. There was some suggestion that there may be 2 suspects. Good spot, Pierre. It appeared at one stage that 2 gunmen or some people or hostages at the Seascape were exchanging gunfire with the gunman, as there appeared to be shots coming from 2 separate buildings. Oh, Pierre, good spot. The secure radio net for the SOG did not work at all in the area. So realistically, later in the night, for me to be in charge of the SOG on the ground, the only way I could communicate outside of the open channel. Obviously, there were lots of things I needed to talk to them about that needed to be secured. I had to go get a police officer to physically drive 5 kilometers with a message from me to the SOG on the ground and bring whatever message they had back to me. Oh, gee, that sounds efficient. Wow. I could see how CNN rated Tazpol 99 out of 100. Later in the night, the SOG had worked on 3 occasions to get closer to try and get better communications, but my biggest problems through the night remained communication. Good spot, Pierre. Good spot. Okay, thank you. Go back to here.
One of your boys is right outside, northeast, I'd say, with an infrared scope. Can you just ask him to move on?
All right, we'll do that. We'll do that now.
He's going to shoot with me now.
There is also a very high likelihood that a police radio is present, because at some point Martin Bryant, who is taking the pseudonym Jamie, says, what I've just found out is that one of your boys is on the northeast corner. It's just a use of word, but he doesn't say what I've spotted is one of your boys on the northeast corner. He says what I've just found out. Possibility then, that, and most likely, that any operatives would have had some form of police communication to be able to keep a check on what was taking place down at Port Arthur, to monitor the situation in essence. Jamie says that he does have a rifle with night vision equipment. He does state that he can see one of the Special Operations Group on the northeast corner with an infrared scope, and he says, I've got one of these scopes that's on these rifle. Do you want me to tell you the name of it? It's a laser scope. So in essence, he has some kind of device, line of sight device, to be able to pinpoint Special Operations Group police at night time. So now we have an issue. We have the patsy, who's now clearly identifying himself as a person involved in the siege. However, Terry McCarthy, the police negotiator, is on the phone to Jamie, and they have to once again continue the breadcrumb trail that's been created right from the start, all the way through and all the way back. So Jamie is not identifying himself. He's calling himself Jamie. He's mentioning that he's with Rick. He says he knows Rick well. He knows Rick's wife and says that she is high up. Terry McCarthy asks, I don't know what you mean by that. He says, you know, in intelligence and the universities and everything. Perhaps a bit of a slip-up that Martin Bryant had given away, that there was intelligence involved in the operation, because remember, he thinks he's part of an operation. He's told, of course, when they have the hostage, that the new story is that he had taken the hostage at gunpoint and forced him into the BMW and taken him back to Seascape, and that there was an explosion and somehow Glenn Pearce must have died in the car. This is the only recollection Martin Bryant has of his involvement in any kind of violent activity involving Port Arthur. When Terry McCarthy is talking to Jamie, he says, we've got this situation with you having a siege and there's the shooting at Port Arthur. Martin had asked, what's gone on at Port Arthur? And Terry had replied, there's been a shooting, and Martin's response as Jamie was, oh, they weren't killed, as a question, which is once again an unusual thing to say. Someone who had just taken part in killing 35 men, women and children and injuring 28 others would have a very clear idea of what they had accomplished. But he literally said, oh, they weren't killed. Now, this is also a person that, if it was Martin Bryant, as the mainstream narrative claimed, he's supposedly just murdered men, women and children with impunity. And yet he has the opportunity to shoot police with night vision equipment. And instead of doing so, he warns them off. Once he says, I've spotted one of your men on the northeast corner, he says to Terry McCarthy, can you tell him to move back? And Terry McCarthy replies that they will do that. They don't want to see anyone hurt. Why would not Martin Bryant, if he was the sole perpetrator, shoot the police officer? Unless part of the operation is that it's a false operation. He's not meant to shoot any police. No police are meant to die. It's still part of the operation. So now we come to the conclusion of that operation. And there's been some very hasty discussions about how to re-engineer, if you like, the story, because the Isle of the Dead had failed as an operational parameter. So at some point, Martin is drugged. Martin was always intended as the patsy to die without any chance to being questioned or cross-examined or anything. He's meant to die, and he was meant to die and be transported to the Isle of the Dead. However, because that failed, now we have him in the Seascape cottage, and at some point, the cottage is set on fire, purportedly by Martin Bryant, but most likely by the operatives. Under cover of darkness, joined the very limited cordon around the Seascape cottage. If some of these operatives were Special Operations Group police, then we had SOGs from New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania. It would be very hard to consider that anybody who was a Special Operations Group police officer was not part of the surrounding cordon. Martin is drugged. He's thrown down, face down, either on the floor or on the bed, and the cottage is set on fire. This is at the outbreak of dawn and the morning, the early morning. Martin, of course, is meant to burn to death in the fire, along with the bodies of the Martins and or Glenn Pearce. Martin wakes up on fire. We know that his back and lower half on the rear were burnt, not his front. He runs out of the building, takes off his clothes, and these are black clothing once again, and is arrested by the Special Operations Group who converge on him. And one of them says, quote, he was smiling and laughing and out with the fairies, which once again indicates that he may have been drugged. Now, the only...
Yes, Simi, I think the inference is that he was drugged, passed out, like unconscious because of the drugging, face down, on either the bed or the floor, and so and then the flames, he's being set on fire is what woke him.
And one of them says, quote,
So this here says, Bryant wasn't even complaining of the burns. It was all a bit strange. He was away with the fairies. Take away what happened at Port Arthur and even just focus on seascape. I mean, this bloke had just come out of a burning building that almost collapsed around him because he stayed in there a hell of a long time. But there was just no substance to him. There was no expression, not even aggression towards us. I remember thinking, and that's all. That's by the witness statement by the SOG sniper, Mojo.
He was smiling and laughing and out with the fairies, which once again indicates that he may have been drugged. Now, the only knowledge that the chosen patsy has of what has occurred is that he was taking part in a police exercise and that there was some kind of shooting down at Port Arthur of which he was unaware, and that he's given the story to relate that he had kidnapped Glenn Pearce at gunpoint and put him in the boot of the gold BMW that had been commandeered. This is also why later on, when he recounts that recollection to Inspectors Warren and Payne, it's confused. And he reports that he had actually kidnapped Glenn Pearce at the Fortescue Bay Road turnoff, and that there was a woman there with a baby who said that she wanted to take part in the kidnapping. And that he said, well, I've got this bloke here, okay, hop in. Once again, suggesting that his belief was that it was, in essence, a charade, a false kidnapping. So then Martin is arrested and all of the pieces are put together via witness statements. The Volvo, the passport is discovered in the glove box. Martin conveniently doesn't identify himself to Terry McCarthy during the negotiation, but at some point he readily offers up and rattles off his passport number to Terry McCarthy out of the blue. So suddenly they know that it's Martin Bryant. A photo is very quickly circulated of Martin Bryant, and he becomes the sole gunman for the Port Arthur massacre. The rest is history, of course. He's arrested and kept in solitary confinement for 5 months with very little access to information. And as reported in previous episodes, my understanding is he held a not guilty plea staunchly for something like 5 months before changing his plea to guilty, partly due to the manipulations of his so-called defence lawyer, John Avery, who had convinced his mother to show up to the prison and get him to change his plea. Otherwise, he would never see his mother or his sister Lindy again. Also, I have credible reports, that the confession was extracted under a protracted and sustained level of torture, and I mean very severe torture. So Martin Bryant,
and we heard about that last night in part 5 of our Camp Shorty Port Arthur Massacre False Flag series. Oh, wrong screen.
Months later, gives an interview with Inspectors Warren and Payne. His behaviour during the interview is frivolous and laughing, almost treating the whole thing like it's a big joke.
Yeah, you're convinced now that there are 35 people dead?
Wait, I've got it on faster. Let me slow this down to normal speed. This is going to fuck my 6 cents of ad revenue, but that's fine. I'll do without those 6 cents.
Whole thing like it's a big joke.
Yeah, you're convinced now that there are 35 people dead?
I don't find that a very funny statement at all, mate, to be quite honest.
That he is
Let's watch that again.
Frivolous and laughing, almost treating the whole thing like it's a big joke.
Yeah, you're convinced now that there are 35 people dead?
I don't find that a very funny statement at all, mate, to be quite honest.
That he is unaware.
Because that last, you can see a micro expression fleet across his face, like, let's watch it this second bit one more time.
Now that there are 35 people dead?
I don't find that a very funny statement at all, mate, to be be quite honest.
That he...
That last bit, did you catch it? Big mad.
He is unaware of the reality of what had actually transpired. And when told that 35 people had been killed, he gives a look of utter incredulity. He's quite shocked by that.
I've told you what you've done.
Sorry. Oh God, we're still on normal. Wait, normal. Normal? Yes.
Have I? You've killed 35 people.
So I guess to wrap all up,
That bit there, it's inaudible, but I've heard it said before, and I think in the transcript he says bullshit.
what I've just outlined is, of course, a hypothesis, an alternate narrative that may explain why the operation was supposed to have gone a certain way, how it went off the rails, and why the improvised story that was then put forward as the mainstream and accepted narrative of events has holes in it. Unresolved
So many
questions,
holes.
and why that also then necessitated a need to, in essence, create a cover-up to make sure that there would be no open trial, to make sure that there would be no coronial inquest or royal commission, that no evidence would be tendered, no firm, hard evidence, ballistics, forensics, DNA. The abandoned Volvo that was left at the toll booth was allowed to sit overnight with the windows down under very cold and precipitous temperatures, so much so that the following morning any fingerprints and DNA were in essence washed away. Very convenient for a crime scene where you would imagine that they at least would have put some kind of tarpaulin over.
Pause. Pierre, the whole thing has never been released, the whole police interview. There are snippets. Let me see. We're only at 3 hours 21. Let me see. We can watch it now if you like after this. May as well.
The Volvo, but the cover-up began. So to this day, there was no open trial, no coronial inquest, no royal commission, no hard evidence tendered in court. The origins of the firearms, the gun registers, never tendered in court. The video camera, which was mentioned earlier, if there was a tape, never seen the light of day. And the only thing, in essence, putting Martin in jail and sentencing him to consecutive life terms was his supposed confession and his later guilty plea in court many, many months later. And as a result, there was no need under law to conduct any kind of thorough investigation into Australia's largest and most heinous massacre in our history. He was in essence tossed in jail and they threw away the key. And to this day, the evidence has been locked down. Initially, it was locked down under the Hobart Supreme Court ban of 30 years from 1996, which would have expired in 2026. But as we know, the records from Port Arthur have since then been digitised and placed under the Tasmanian Archives Heritage Office for a further 75 years. So any evidence whatsoever has now been locked down till 2091. And there we have, in essence, an alternate narrative for what could have taken place at Port Arthur. This is just an opinion, just an exploration, and why it would necessitate such a massive cover-up. Hopefully one day we will get the opportunity to dig deeper, to actually view a lot of this hard evidence. And I've always said the authorities could make all of this supposed conspiracy theory go away overnight if they just proved 100% beyond reasonable doubt that Martin Bryant was the sole perpetrator to the Port Arthur massacre. To this day, many thousands of Australians do not believe that is the case, and they have been robbed of the opportunity to find the truth that they seek. Thank you for joining us for this.
Thank you, Paul. Much appreciate you and all of your work. Shout out, Paul. Yes, Jody says, under the Disability Act of Australia, he should have had a guardian present at all times and additional protections above the basic entitlements. At an IQ of 66, he was not legally able to make a plea. Correct. Exactly. It's a hallmark of a false flag cover-up, the locking down of the evidence. Now, I did find, I knew this was here. I'll drop it in the chat, the link to, wait, let me see. Because we can't watch the first full length all that's out there of Martin's police interview. They never released all of it, although the transcript is available. But it's I will get a copyright strike, not just a monetization, demonetization. I'll get a full strike, and I've already got one from the Christmas episode. I'm just scrolling through to see whether there's anything that's not 60 minutes or whatever it is, because fuck yeah, it is 60 minutes. I'll drop the link in the chat so you can go watch it yourself if you like. If we get taken, we can watch it on Kick sometime, but if you like, in the meantime, I'm putting it into chat now. Here we go. I'll put it with a thing of the thing. But it's the first one that comes up if you Google it. So or if you YouTube search it. So that's the other thing. Why not release all of it? It's a very curated and cherry-picked lot of snippets from the interview. Just give us the uncut. What are we hiding? Like, where's the transparency? So that's it there. And I was going to say fantastic, no typos, but yeah, I got me a typo. Of course I did. It's fucking bullshit. Yeah. I don't get all of them flagged, Jody, but I get any that I play anything with a 7 News or it's mostly always 7 News stuff. So some of mine get through, but not all. And even if it's not my individual clip that I've found, but if it's a snippet from, like, we've scooted through some of the WASP Files stuff we've watched because you're welcome, Lainey. Because excuse me, there was the movie, what was it? The Manchurian Candidate. I scooted straight through that. It's anything longer than 10 seconds of copyrighted content. So as soon as I saw the Manchurian Candidate, I just no thanks and saved. But I think 3 or 4 out of the 6. I think it's 3 out of the 5 so far episodes we've done on Port Arthur have been demonetized completely. But I don't get the views, so it doesn't really matter. Let me see if I've got in my little playlist something that's kind of like a random little sort of clip from the WASP Files that doesn't necessarily fit into the last few episodes I've got planned for the series. Just let me find my playlist in here. I also don't think I've added this or last night's episode to our history, mystery and stuff playlist, but I will. And it's per Simi's suggestion, although I'll probably actually make a whole separate, I'll probably make a whole separate additional Port Arthur playlist, because I didn't know how many episodes we do in the series, but we have done 6 now. We'll end up doing at least 8, maybe 9, and then we'll see. Let me see. There was one I saw that I'm like, oh, why didn't I play that last night? Just let me think and look. What's this one? Hang on. Let me just see. You can't see it, but wait. Oh, it's muted. Okay, this is very relevant. We will one quadrillion. It's 16 minutes. That's perfect. We'll watch this one. So the title of this is How Witnesses of the Port Arthur Massacre Could Have Been Fooled That It Was Him. So there again, I'm going to go back to, remember Stephen Howard saying blondish hair? I don't know about you, but that's blonde hair to my eye. I wouldn't have. Oh, you can't. It's funny because you can't see it. Fuck. There, blonde. I just don't bother appealing. Honestly, I don't. My channel is in the can. Shadow banned till the end of time. I've lost almost 100 subscribers in the last month. That's fine. I know that I say controversial things these days. I get it. I'm not going to be quiet just for the sake of, but my analytics. I don't give a fuck. So let's watch this. How witnesses of the Port Arthur Massacre could have been fooled. So this is relevant. It is part of this cluster of videos we're watching. Oh, the dirty pause is real. Sorry, Paul.
If we consider the notion that the shooter at Port Arthur was a ring-in, a professional who was sent in
on this one,
to, in essence, impersonate Martin Bryant, I wanted to show that that could be done by getting an individual and putting a blonde wig on them. To that end, I had two different actors portraying Martin Bryant. One of them was obviously wearing a blonde wig. Virtually nobody picked up that this was a different actor. Welcome to the WASP Files. Some of this material may be distressing and viewer discretion is advised. My personal journey on the creation of the WASP Files has been long and hard. As stated before, I've conducted 9 years of exhaustive research into the Port Arthur Massacre.
That was funny.
However, my initial intention...
I was muted also. I just said that's what she said. His road, here, we'll play it again because that was funny. I'll say it again because I'm funny. Oh, there's no subtitles. Fuck.
Welcome to the WASP Files. Some of this material may be distressing and viewer discretion is advised. My personal journey on the creation of the WASP Files has been long and hard.
That's what she said.
As stated before, I've conducted 9 years of exhaustive research into the Port Arthur Massacre. However, my initial intention was not to create a channel exploring the many aspects of the massacre itself. In 2016, as a filmmaker, I had made a decision to consider the option of making a full-length drama feature film about the Port Arthur Massacre. And at the time, the film was intended to be a biopic of Martin Bryant and the circumstances leading up to this black day in our nation's history. So in 2016, I commenced putting together the mechanisms to create that project, talking to people, attempts to raise funding, and of course to research the tragedy. And this is where I came off the rails, because I began to research and dug very, very deeply, as stated, speaking directly to the survivors, the first responders, the police, people that knew Martin Bryant, people that were there on the day. And during that tenure, I discovered that there were a lot of holes in the official story that I couldn't then make a film about with the initial intention. In support of my endeavour to make a full-length drama feature film about the Port Arthur Massacre, I produced a trailer, a teaser trailer, which was to be used for promotional purposes in helping raise money to make the film. However, after the many years of exhaustive research, I decided that it would be irresponsible of me not to include the anomalies and discrepancies and unanswered questions that surround the Port Arthur massacre itself. With that in mind, in viewing the trailer, one of the main components that I wanted to introduce was in relation to the identity of the shooter at Port Arthur. The mainstream narrative, of course, accepts that the sole perpetrator was Martin Bryant, with his distinctive long blonde hair and surfy look, driving the yellow Volvo with the surfboard on the roof, which was his vehicle. So one of the notions I wanted to introduce into the trailer was the possibility that there was a person impersonating Martin Bryant, a ring-in, if you like. To that end, I had two different actors portraying Martin Bryant. One of them was obviously wearing a blonde wig. When I first screened the trailer, virtually nobody picked up that this was a different actor. If we consider the notion that the shooter at Port Arthur was a ring-in, a professional who was sent in to, in essence, impersonate Martin Bryant, I wanted to show that that could be done by getting an individual and putting a blonde wig on them and, in essence, portraying themselves as Martin Bryant. So that was one interesting aspect to the trailer. I also suggested that there was some kind of, if you like, pre-knowledge of Martin Bryant as a potential candidate. So there are scenes in the trailer where Martin is being surveilled from a distance and photographs being taken of him, and that these photographs are then discussed by some interesting older men wearing suits and ties, you know, in essence suggesting that there may have been some planning by higher officials, if you like, to consider Martin Bryant as the patsy that could be used in the proposed massacre. There is also a scene where Martin is clutching his head in some kind of mental distress, and there is some shock trauma imagery playing in the background behind him. I wanted to introduce a very subtle notion that there was a possibility that Martin's fragile mental state may have been manipulated by...
I firmly believe, that Martin was the subject of MK Ultra mind control. And as part of the grooming process, if you recall, the inmate who referenced, who had spent time with Martin back in 1999 for about 9 months, all the nines, incarcerated with Martin, and said that while he was very simple, very, hard to chat with, unless you really prompted him, good at chess, but very, very childlike and kind of simple. When he asked him about guns, Martin went into a very detailed sort of conversation about taking apart and putting back together weapons, and the inmate Lee said it was like he was brainwashed. He said the word brainwashed at least 3 or 4 times in that interview in describing Martin's shift in demeanor and the way he was articulating himself compared to normal when he started talking about guns. So either that's his special interest and he just goes into whoop, and I mean that could be the case, but I think that Martin was subject to mind control. Absolutely. I've been doing a lot of research on mind control of late, and yikes, like fucking yikes. Fucking yikes.
Higher forces, in essence, to make him the perfect patsy for the Port Arthur massacre. We know that at the age of 16, Martin was evaluated by Dr. Cunningham Dax, who was a very renowned and very well-known international psychiatrist who had moved to the Tasmanian Peninsula in 1969 from the UK. Dr. Cunningham Dax was well known for being associated with the Tavistock Institute, which was a social engineering forum which exists today, which had examined aspects of, amongst other things, deep sleep hypnosis and the effects of mass...
Social engineering is a euphemism for mind control, MK Ultra.
...trauma on the population. Dr. Dax had evaluated Martin, and I wanted to suggest that there was a very nebulous, very tenuous connection between Martin Bryant and...
yeah, Jody, the GATE program is one of the many aspects that feeds into MK Ultra. There are many. MK Ultra is sort of the overarching program. It funnels. Yes, I got you. It funnels. The GATE program was, I'm not sure if it still exists, one that was put in place in schools by the CIA and Mossad to to identify gifted and talented children who would be more susceptible to those with the ability to you know, all the cognizance, the clear cognizance, all of the intuitive stuff, and what's the word? What's it called? Remote viewing, all the things, and then use them. Use those children with their sort of different abilities, cerebral abilities, intuitive abilities, to experiment on them, and then depending on their family situations, to funnel those children into sex trafficking, sexual abuse and ritual abuse, mind control, and perhaps even split their psyche into many alters that then can be, and put in place triggers that those people can then be utilized for the government. It's in Australia, it's in New Zealand, it's in America, it's around the world, the UK, everywhere. So the GATE is but one program. Not all victims and survivors of MK Ultra were recruited or entrapped by the GATE program, but many of the GATE program participants were funneled that way. So that, yeah. Our girl Pia was part of the GATE program, and she has much psychic abilities. Luckily for Pia, the family moved away. Right, Pia?
Very powerful psychiatrist who was associated with an international organisation such as the Tavistock Institute. In essence, you would term it as a mind control component of the crime.
Yes.
Perhaps a confusing aspect, which not many people would have a lot of understanding of, was the scenes whereby the camera closes in on a door which opens to an empty room in which there is a table and two chairs.
Petra.
This has been discussed in previous episodes. On its own, the issue of an empty room with two chairs doesn't seem to have much import in relation to the Port Arthur massacre. It was reported that Martin Bryant's home in 30 Street, Newtown, was a cluttered mess, but that there was one room that was witnessed being...
I know MK Ultra still exists. I just wasn't sure whether the GATE program still happened in schools in the States. Interesting. Yeah, but MK Ultra, they say, was shut down in the 70s. Lol, that's hilarious. Okay. Tyler Robinson, what's up? 3 months that Tyler Robinson was at university or college, was at one of the main recruiting and training campuses, not just in Utah, but I believe in America, for the CIA. And they love them, some MK Ultra. It's a CIA program.
Clear of all distractions, and that there was a table with two chairs, and on the table was military publications and magazines. The implication being that it was a planning room of sorts. Of course, this could be nothing more than just a coincidence. However, I felt that it needed inclusion in the trailer because I wanted to suggest that there was a room whereby the chosen patsy would clear his perhaps confused psyche and be able to focus on taking part in the operation that was planned. Further to that, I then had a scene where the actor portraying Martin Bryant was seated in the chair and a second person wipes the frame, and that Martin smiles up at that person as though they were a colleague. I did also film some scenes with a lady portraying Martin Bryant's girlfriend, Petra Wilmot, and suggesting that she was, if not a handler, but certainly an intelligent person that had some
Oh man, she was a handler through and through, through and through. She's vanished, by the way, vanished. Like there's nobody called Petra Wilmot now available to be found. Guarantee you, she got a new identity. If even Petra Wilmot was her actual name.
Control over Martin Bryant. It's very subtle, but those aspects are there as well. There were reports that she was an intelligent young lady, and that I do have testimony from an individual that had met Martin Bryant in a cafe and began a halting conversation with him. And he said at some point a young woman came over and sat down next to Martin and just gave him a look. No words were spoken, and Martin looked at her, and that was it. The conversation was over, and they got up and left. And this person, who I'll call Bruce, stated that he felt that she, with a look, had pretty much told Martin, don't say any more, this conversation is over. Just some suggestion that Petra in the trailer was more than she appeared to be. However, she was a young woman of 18 and had begun a relationship with Martin, could have been completely innocent. But once again, the trailer was all about exploring an alternate narrative, an alternate reality, if you like. There were, of course, scenes that we filmed in the trailer where there was a gunman shooting, and I did shoot scenes where the shooter had fired from the hip, which was generally reported by witnesses on the day. I perhaps should have left at least one of these in, but instead I did have the second ring-in Martin Bryant firing from the right hand from his shoulder. Generally, reports were that Martin Bryant was a left-handed shooter.
When you practiced shooting, where did you hold the gun?
On the left.
So you're left-handed?
I'm right in this hand.
Oh, that's right, sorry. Yeah.
No, but just move.
So if you held a gun, you would pull the trigger with your finger on your left hand?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. And did you ever practice shooting from the hip?
Okay, pause. Pierre and I think Simi, you all are both gun people. You fire. If you're, I'm not. If I'm a lefty, I am. Do I normally pull the trigger with my left finger or my right finger? Because Martin just said I write with this hand, and he said his right hand, but he said he he gestured this way. So is that how it would be? And then does that mean that people saying that he seemed to be a right-handed shooter, would that indicate that he would have been pulling the trigger with his left finger or his right finger? Am I making any sense? No, it's standard. Can somebody clarify for me? Because I don't think Paul does, because Paul is a firearms owner himself. He's licensed. He's a licensed gun owner in Australia. And so there's some assumed knowledge here that I don't think he clarifies. So Simi says the hand you write with is your trigger finger. So he just indicated then that his trigger finger was his left while he writes with his right, which would suggest that that's a little clumsy, right? Correct? Right hand is a trigger finger for righty, same as what Simi said. So then if Martin was an experienced and practiced shooter, I mean, remember he did own guns, but no gun license. If he was an experienced shooter, it stands to reason that normally when he just said then, that was really awkward. We'll scoot back and watch it again. Interesting. Thank you for clarifying. Me no shooting. It is.
And firing from the right hand from his shoulder. Generally, reports were that Martin Bryant was a left-handed shooter.
So from his shoulder. So I don't even know. Wait, what? So you put the okay. Hear me out, chat. So your trigger finger, if I'm a lefty, this is my trigger finger, and obviously then I also put the the butt. Is it the butt? Butt of the rifle on my shoulder if I'm shooting from the shoulder, correct? He automatically went to lift the gun to his left shoulder when asked, yes. But then he also said, okay, thank you all. Oh, yes, but this is not my vernacular or my culture or my lived experience at all. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. So then it would be all that to say it would be unusual then if he indicated that he wrote with his his right hand, that that it would be unusual for him to be pulling the trigger and holding the weapon on his left. This is my left shoulder. The camera's switched about. It fucks with me every time. So unless for some reason, because from an early age, he was taught by a lefty. Yes, but I'm just curious because that's unusual. So if he was, unless because there's accounts by people who knew Martin that he was someone who used to have slug guns, pellet guns, air rifles, and shot at birds as a child and stuff, quite well. He also denies never ever shooting from the hip. Yes, we've gone through all of that. Okay, I think I've got it. Some people shoot right-handed so the rounds don't hit them. Huh. Yeah, because of where the rounds eject from, right? The casings. Am I right? Am I correct? Don't say the word right and left in this conversation, Lisa. What's left? Ah! Okay. All right, I think I've got it. Thank you, everybody. Chat is bay. I just dropped off Kick. I don't know about that. Maybe Kick. Maybe your Kick's glitchy because Kick is glitchy. Kick doesn't care about this shit. Kick loves anything. Kick's all good. Kick's down with everything. Okay, it must be getting close to the 4-hour marker. Over. We're close. Shorty's going feral. Okay. Let's go. We can
When
do
you
this.
practiced your shooting, where did you hold the gun?
On the left.
So you're left-handed.
I'm right in this hand.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Yeah.
This move.
So if you held a gun, you would pull the trigger with your finger on your left hand.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. And did you?
But the witnesses, the survivors at the Broad Arrow Cafe suggested that he was we got there. I got there. He was holding and pulling the trigger. This is my right with his right hand, which is different to Martin. So that it doesn't matter which hand he writes with. Okay. Wow. See, very, very, very intelligent idiot.
You practice shooting from the hip?
No, never.
Never.
But all the witnesses stated that the shooter fired from their right, mainly from the hip, but also there are reports that he did shoot from the shoulder from the right-hand side. So I wanted to once again suggest that person was a different shooter because they fired from the alternate hand. So the trailer was concocted just to give a bit of an overview of the tone of the piece. It's not a proper trailer by any stretch of the imagination. And I still fully intend to make a full drama-length film about Port Arthur.
I'd love to be
As a
involved
matter
in
of
that.
interest, I had approached Justin Kurzel, who was the director of Nitram, the film that was made by Stan. I'd also approached Stan as well with the concept to make a film about the Port Arthur Massacre and was dismissed and told no, they weren't interested. I'd met Justin in LA, and then, of course, Justin had teamed up with Stan and they went and made Nitram, which, in my opinion, was cinema's way of brushing any notion of an alternate narrative under the carpet and pretty much portraying Martin quite inaccurately as a total loner and the sole perpetrator of the Port Arthur Massacre itself. One interesting aspect, however, to Nitram, which was covered in a previous episode, was that in one of the final scenes of the film, the person portraying Martin Bryant in Nitram goes into the cafe, sits down, has a meal, and sets up a video camera, presses record, and then picks up the rifle and walks out of frame, ostensibly to commit the massacre. So even Nitram had, in essence, followed on from police reports that the shooter had gone into the cafe with a video camera and allegedly filmed himself committing the massacre. I believe that Nitram intended this so that they would say, see, that's proof that it was Martin Bryant because he filmed himself doing the shooting. However, what they conveniently forgot to mention was that no tape has ever been tendered in a court of law or seen the light of day that would 100% confirm that the shooter was Martin Bryant. So there was a video camera, And ostensibly there would have been a videotape, but no one has seen it to this day. So whoever's on the tape, that's another suggestion. So once again, I fully intend to film an antidote to Nitram, if you like, a film that would very much explore the multitude of unanswered questions, discrepancies, anomalies, and aspects that are on factual public statement and record that contradict the mainstream narrative. This is an intention of mine, but in the meantime, the WASP files will go on and explore this strange and worrisome event in our nation's history.
Very worrying.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. I love your work very much. If Paul had merch that was comical like ours, I think I would be very happy to see him have merch that said ostensibly, in essence, and the notion of, because they are his catchphrases, and I love it. I'm going to say shout out to my friend Sarah, who's watching on Twitter. Love you, girl, over there in Ireland. God knows what time it is right now, but it's either very early or very late there. So thank you for watching over on the Twitters. Now, Jody, thank you so much. Jody's comment here is very pertinent to the clip that she sent me. Thank you so much, Jody. Exactly, Rachel. Just full stop. Exactly, Rachel. He would have had powder burns all over the place at the speed the gun fires. Paul needs merch. He's probably got Wasp Files merch. He probably needs a bit of Cam Shorty humor injected into it. Injected into it. That's what she said. Now, this is, I presume, Jody, the same. Yes, AR-15, super safety. This is the weapon. Oh, you can't see that. That's excellent. I love that for me and for you guys. Excuse me, clearing my throat. It's been 4 hours and I still have a permanent frog in my throat. I swear I need to eat more cheese, not less. Just no more government cheese. Let's watch this because it's hectic. It's only sort of not even 30 seconds. Just for educational purposes, YouTube. We're not endorsing any sort of violence. We are learning the full scope of this super legitimate event that happened in Australia's history. Obviously not a false flag. Lol. Just disgusting, diabolical. Let's watch this. It's loudish. I never know how to maximize. Do I? No. Why can't I do it? Okay.
Yeah, it's still going. Yeah, it's still going.
But watch where the cartridges come from, okay? And also, though, this is a fully automatic, right? Super auto, it said. The weapon and the shots we hear on the camcorder videos on the day were do, do, do. But you can you can adjust that, right? I'm sure there's a switch that you can flick to go single shot or rapid fire or whatever the terminology is. Am I right? Why can't I make it bigger? It's just me, mostly. I can't. Why can't I do it? Can I click on it more? No. Just pretend like it's good.
Yeah, it's still going.
Yes. Can you slow it down? Is there a speed? What? Sorry, I've never used YouTube before. How do we do this? You can't. So all of the casings, is that what they're called? The bullets? Spent casings. Yes. Sorry, haven't done much true crime in my life. The gun has 2 settings. Exact same gun, 2 settings. Jody, wealth of information. Me no guns. Okay. So we're watching for all of these things to. Can you see my cursor? One presumes. Here you go.
Yeah, it's still going.
Okay, wait. So now I understand. I get it. The importance of this. It's not just that he was the way Martin fires holds the weapon. It's not just that was different to the shooter. I just had a light bulb moment. Thank you. I'm a little bit slow. But that if he was in fact using that exact weapon, which is this one, that there's no way that the way Martin instinctively showed in that police interview video, the way he holds the weapon, that he could have been the person doing the shooting because it's on the wrong shoulder, and this exact weapon, what's the word? Eliminates? No. Expels the spent casings that would have gone into his face. Right. That's even more important. Jody, thank you so much. Sea landing at 3 o'clock. What does that mean? Ejects. Wow. Oh, guys, shorties. I'm trying really hard to be professional. And it's, you know me, I don't know much about true crime or shit. I don't even know. Never heard this stuff before. Oh, my God. Okay, let's watch it again. I get it. I got you. I wish I could slow it down. That's what she said.
Yeah, it's still going.
And Martin Bryant also said, no, he never. Projectile. Britt Ketchell, hi. Happy Australia Day. Laura. But yeah, because I should know a little bit more. I've been doing true crime, not just streaming about it, but like listening, watching, reading for my entire life. And I still don't have it down pat. Okay, so yeah, that's so even though Martin Bryant, yes, happy Australia Day. Even though Martin Bryant, no, not even though, and he just completely dismisses the fact that he might have ever shot from the hip. But even if you would assume still, again, this is my left hand. I know that on the camera it looks like a right. Even if he was shooting from the hip, same. He would have gotten those shell casings, the projectiles, thank you, Britt, into his hip. Hi, that's really important. So I wish, so this is why these kind of things are important, because as I said, because Paul Motor is a gun guy himself, it would never occur to him, and he hasn't, not in anything that I've watched, listened to, he's never clarified why that's important. I was just thinking it was a left-right thing, not only is it a left-right thing, but that would have been going into, again, this is my left, into his face. Lainey, perfect timing. We're wrapping it up now too. Enjoy your movie. Thank you so much for being here. Love you very much. Say shout out Kevin Shorty, Kevin Shorty by proxy. Have fun. Well, I will see you all, you, Lainey, and everyone next weekend. We'll go back to Friday, Saturday night per normal Camp Shorty. And that's it for us for this weekend's Camp Shorty. Thank you, my beautiful mods. Simi and Steph holding down the fort tonight. Thank you, everyone, for being here with our hive mind and for your interest and your ongoing support. Share the videos. I'll make a playlist. Share the playlist. We're drowning in shadow banning. I don't mind at all. I'm not talking. I don't care about money. I mean, I care about money, but my consternation about the shadow banning and the dropping numbers of subscribers is not about the money or even the numbers. We're talking about important stuff here, and it's just quite frustrating to me that, I mean, thank God I love you. We don't need lots of people for our community to be lovely. In fact, I love our small little chat is bay, but I need more people to understand that they're lying to us and that humanity depends on us understanding this reality. But shadow banning is just so lame. Jody just sent me another email though. Wait. No, here. Oh, here's another one. Wait, don't go anywhere. We'll go on more guns. More guns. Wait, how can I do this? No, that's not going to work. Hang on. Walk it up. Dumb me. Why? There, click that. Here, we'll go back to walk it up. We'll go more guns. I love guns. I would love to fire weapons. I would love to have a go at shooting some guns just on a shooting range. But I don't really have a life for starters. So it's not going to happen. or any social network. I suppose I could just take myself off to a gun range by myself. If Mossad wasn't already watching me, they would be then, right? ASIO would be coming knocking. Maybe I'll do it just for shits and giggles. How to end up in prison by me. Couldn't wait down. Oh, wait, it won't let me do it. Dumb. Oh, can I do that? Maybe. Oh my God, I'm so untech savvy. I don't think I can do it. I'll save it to next weekend. I'll work out how to pull it up. That's what she said. Thank you, Jody. Someone remind me next weekend. 100%. I saw that. Thank you so much, Laura. Let me get through 85 more hours of the Old and the New Testament, and then that's on my reading list. I love you all very much. Stay safe, you Americans and us Australians. Shit's getting wild out there, right? Remember to ground yourself, to acknowledge things about which you are grateful for which you are grateful, good and bad, because those are the things that shape us, not just the good stuff. If you're getting crazy weather in your area, Simi, I'm thinking about you. And if you're getting a lot of snow, love you to go and have a look at that snow up close and personal. Squeeze it into a little tight snowball and see what happens if you put flame to it, because they're manipulating our weather as well. So, yeah. Yikes. Oh, my God. My brain's exploding every day. Be kind to yourself. Stay hydrated, filtered water. I will tell Tim you love him. He's so tiny. I can't believe he's so tiny. I said it to him yesterday. I'm like, Tim, you are so tiny, not for lack of food. He's just so sweet and tiny. Such a good purring boy. It's rain turning into ice. That's shit. It was safe on the roads then. We've got an extremely hot day here tomorrow. I won't be working. So stay cool in Australia. Stay warm in America. And I love you all so much. Thank you for being here. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Best ever. Best shorties ever.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone a bit off the rails. Professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is great, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the all caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. Community, just you and me. Occasionally, Buster and Poppy. It's the whole thing, Miss Shorty swing. Together we make each other happy. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. I love you all